So before we get started, a couple of announcements. If you haven't found the facilities that are through that door, the after event is not going to be outside. It's going to be in here. The weather is not cooperating. We'll have the fireplace going. It'll be great. So I want to welcome you all to Infradistics and our 5th annual UXify Conference. And this is I think this is our best round. Friday afternoon is great. Okay, my name is Ed Saunders. I'm the VP of Technology Services here at Infradistics. And we, as a company, have been in the business of developing UX design and development tools and services for over 25 years now. I guess you could say that UX is really part of our DNA. It's what we do every day. So we're really happy to be able to offer this conference again. And to start things off, I'm going to, what's that? I think I don't know it. Oh, okay. I can read it, I know it, it's fine. But you can ask my glasses on. Okay. So our keynote today is Kevin Richardson. Also, he will be our MC for the day. And Kevin is our Director of User Experience here at Infradistics and has been working as a UX professional for 25 years. Not all here, though. He has a PhD in cognitive psychology, and he has UX experience across various business verticals, and is an advocate for the practical application of the design process. So Kevin is not helping our customers add to their top line and reinvent their products. Outside of work, he tests fate and risks long-term disability, tests his wife patients by racing motorcycles for Infradistics racing. And he is our #1 racer. Woo! He's our only racer. What is our #1 racer? Take it away. I got to turn this off.
Okay, just a moment.
Okay, you're good to go.
Yes, please.
Hello?
Cool. Okay. One more thing. If anybody would like to come up and look at this later, this little slide advancement device, you know, when they're handheld, they're really nice because you can go forward, to the right, back, to the left. When they make them as a stick, you have to know the translation algorithm, which means forward is down. So it's cool, but you got to pay for it with bad design. This should be somebody's school project. Make a stick that makes sense. My talk this morning is about making technology personal. And it was because I like this topic that I used that as the label for our conference today. A little bit about me. If you're looking for me online, you can find me on Twitter at @KHR_UX. You can reach me directly at krichardson@infradistics.com. And like all stories, mine this afternoon starts at the beginning. And in fact, for us, it starts at our very beginning, because over millions of years, we have been evolving into the clever, conference-attending people that we are today. And for that time, our technology has evolved more or less right along with us. And this is some of our earliest technology, these sharpened rocks. We improved on these things slowly, incrementally over the course of hundreds of thousands of years. And there's a reason why it took so long. In fact, there are several. Population density, social factors, the slow development of the human brain. But there's one reason in particular that I want to spend time talking about today, and that's the process by which we design them. Consider this. Early in our evolution, both the decision to create or improve a piece of technology and the making of that technology was done by the user of that technology. We designed and built things for ourselves. And as a result, our earliest technology was very personal. And in this way, time passed. People and technology evolving pretty much together until well into the modern era. And then something completely different happened. I'd like to argue that that something completely different thing happened in 1947 and was the invention of the transistor. This was the very first transistor, and when it was invented, it was large enough to sit on top of a desktop. 7 years later, they had become small enough so that you could create personalized transistor radios and radios in cars. 5 years after that, in 1959, they were small enough to fit 10 on a computer chip. And by 2015, IBM had introduced its 7-nanometer chip, which contained 20 billion transistors with a B. From an evolutionary point of view, that much advancement in such a short period of time is absolutely unheard of. To put this in perspective, since that day in 1947, you and I and everybody else have evolved not at all, relatively speaking. On the other hand, the evolution of technology has increased almost exponentially. Our technology is now so intricate, its ability to process information so great, that our own human cognitive and perceptual abilities, honed over millions of years, pale in comparison. And once that happened, once the evolution of technology and of people diverged, our technology stopped being personal. And by that, I don't mean customizable. No, I mean that you and I, human beings, are no longer able to decide, design, and develop technology for ourselves. Because our technology is now so complex, creating it requires specialized teams of highly technical people, us in this room, designing things on behalf of the non-technical people out there. And this is where things stand today. And you say to yourself, all right, so what? Why should the people outside this room care if their technology is personal or it's not? Or in fact, why should we care whether or not technology is personal? The reason it matters is because the average person today doesn't even expect to understand technology. It's enough for them simply to be able to use a thing. The devices and the interfaces that you and I take for granted are as obscure and difficult for them to use as the latest iPhone is to your grandmother.
Hey. Yes, heads are on. So, I know that's the step that you see from this laptop. Our local ISP racing down fiber optic cable at speed of light in San Francisco. Bouncing off the satellite adjacent this word into a list of important ability and fact will be handed off to murdered stranded by the cables, terminating an outside time. So,
Let's look at just a couple of examples. Airplane cockpits are arguably some of the most technically complicated working environments that humanity has ever created for itself. And 90% of all general aviation accidents are due to pilot error. This is a Microsoft product called Microsoft Dynamics. Nobody ever died from using Microsoft Dynamics, though you can imagine wanting to kill yourself if your job was to use Microsoft Dynamics. And just to give you a hint about how difficult it is to use, companies spend between $1,200 and $1,900 per employee training them to use Microsoft Dynamics, and that doesn't include 32 hours of lost time spent in training. And then finally, the iPhone, which if you ask people on the street, is considered to be a very usable piece of technology, and yet Apple spends $8.5 million a year on Apple Store genius salaries, and their only function in life is to teach you how to use their easy-to-use products. The gap that exists between people and technology is not news. The software world is aware of it. The design world is aware of it. The question is, what should we be doing about it? And early on, the answer to this question seemed pretty obvious. If you were a technology company and you saw people having trouble using your company's technology, the question you would ask is the technology working correctly? If the answer is yes, then we can reframe the question and say, what should we do about the problem of people? Because the technology works right. So what should we do about the users of it? Historically, solving the problem of people meant training. Organizations have always relied on training to get people to behave correctly. Training tries to bridge that gap between people and technology by forcing people to adapt to the needs of that technology. But training takes a lot of time, it's expensive, and it really only leads to marginal performance improvements. All right, so if not training, how about usability testing? Traditionally, usability testing meant that people like me would show up at the end of the development cycle and put actual users in front of finished or almost finished products. We would see where they had problems, we would make recommendations on how to fix them, and generally we would pull down industry salaries for doing academic style work. But usability doesn't fix the core problem either. Yes, post hoc usability testing does result in increased ease of use. It does result in a decreased need for training, but it doesn't address the core issues. All right, so once we've eliminated training and usability, what do we focus on next? Well, the obvious answer is the technology itself. In order to create something that is both useful, usable, and understandable for the people for whom we are designing, requires that we change the way in which technology is designed. We need to make technology personal again, and that means a couple of things. First, we need to adapt technology to people. At its most basic level, this means taking advantage of what people do well from an evolutionary point of view. People are very good at recognizing differences. We are very good at remembering 7 plus or minus 2 things at the same time in working short-term memory. We are very good at applying what we have already learned to new situations. We are very good at paying attention to one thing at a time, regardless of what anyone might tell you. We are very bad at paying attention to multiple things at the same time. We are not very good at recall, something that gets worse as people age, and we are very bad at trying to keep large amounts of stuff in working memory. Second, we need to allow the technology that we are designing to be defined by the people for whom we are designing. This means bringing people into the design process itself. This doesn't simply mean asking people what they want. No. What people need is oftentimes very different from what they want, and people only know what they know. It also doesn't mean placing people in the role of designer or technologist. We've moved beyond the good old days of being able to make things for ourselves. That model just doesn't work anymore. To successfully and consistently bridge the gap between people and technology requires a systematic process that evolves our relationship with technology and makes us partners with it rather than users of it. At its core, design is understanding what people are trying to accomplish. And UX design is just understanding what people are trying to accomplish through their interaction with a particular interface. Now, since I was in charge of the conference, I know where everybody comes from, and I know there are a very large percentage of people in here who are not UX designers and are thinking to themselves, yeah, that's cool, but what does this have to do with me? Right? I'm not a UX person, I'm not a designer. To all of you, I have to tell you that whether or not you have the word designer in your job title is irrelevant. The very fact that you are here today means that you are more of a designer than most people out there. And I bet you are already, every day, asking the what are you trying to accomplish questions that good designers ask. And if you don't believe me, I'm going to try and prove it. How many of you have found yourself in a situation like this? Hands up. How many people have been asked to help a relative somewhere with some piece of technology? Yeah, the people who don't have their hands up, I don't believe you. At the point of being asked this question, you kind of have two choices, right? You're in a family gathering. The first choice is grab the nearest bottle of wine, find the bathroom, lock the door. The second is to go over to grandma and say, what are you trying to do, right? Are you trying to call somebody? Are you trying to surf the internet? Are you trying to post pictures onto Facebook? Or in my case, are you trying to find someone you swear was in your contacts, is not in your contacts anymore, but you swear you didn't delete them from your contacts? So what did Apple do? The answer to these questions defines the form of the help that you provide to them, and it's what we as good designers do every day, whether it's designing a mobile application or an e-commerce site or a piece of complex business software. And this is more important than you think. All of those non-technical people outside, they are relying on us to design products that they can use and understand for them. Because of that, it's our responsibility to recognize both the formal work-related business problems and the informal grandmother-related problems, and ask the what are you trying to accomplish questions all the time. See the gap between what technology is making people do and what people need to accomplish, and fix it. And if all of that isn't enough to make you want to jump up, go outside, and do something productive right now, consider this. You will be that grandparent someday, hoping that some snotty kid decides they are dang willing to help you. Do yourself a favor and fix shit now. Thank you very much. Sorry, it's my job to ask for questions. Any questions? Really? Stunned silence. Excellent. My plan is working. All right. In the couple of minutes we have, let me change slides here. Of course, you are welcome to ask questions after the fact. You're going to have to figure out what you're clicking on. Tracy? Oh, Tracy's up next. Too cold for the motorcycle today. Yeah, I know. All right, Tracy Koop is our next speaker. Tracy Koop is the Director of User Experience at Dell Boomi. As a research-driven UX designer with roots in graphic design, she is constantly looking for ways to make things easier and more enjoyable to use. Tracy is a Jersey native, left with only traces of her accent, who now calls South Philly home. She likes photography, street art, and the Philly food scene, and she occasionally loves running. Tracy Koop. Oh, down is forward.
Thank you, everybody. Since I talked about details, can I just acknowledge that I'm glad there's we know we looked at it. Okay. I'm a research-driven user experience designer with roots in graphic design. So this is the context in which my talk is framed. When we talk about user experience design and understanding your audience, we focus on the roles in which people operate, the general goals that the organization has, as well as the general objectives that they're all trying to achieve. And this is a great place to start, but we keep the discussion at that high level, and it's got to go deeper. UX design should not be genericized. The details matter, particularly when we're talking about making technology personal. Because users aren't a monolithic entity. We're not designing for users as a single block. We're individuals, and we have different needs, and we have different abilities, and we have different objectives. And if I need to get into more, because the details matter, I'm going to point out, and this is detail. I'm going to point out the apple mouse, which needs to be flipped over and disabled turtle to be charged. And I would much rather use a wired mouse temporarily than be temporarily without. When we learn English reading and writing, we talk about ABC. So that's the framework that I'm putting this in. And it's more than mine, where the fundamental details of UX design are A, for anticipating needs, B, for barrier-free design, and C, for clarity. And the irony, again, of the talk about details is that I'm going to be presenting each of these topics at a summary level. So it's a half-hour talk. What my goal is to do here is to expose you to these topics if you aren't already aware of them, pique your interest, and then I have some resources that you can use for further follow-up. So A is for anticipating needs. And the device that I think is most effective here is the micro-interaction. Flippy, not a micro-interaction. Micro-interactions are hyper-specific moments within action. They have one job. Don Norman describes micro-interactions as those critical details that make the difference between a friendly experience and traumatic insight. And Flippy never really knew how to anticipate your needs. Do you want to know better? Do you want help? Do you need some, self-check, grab it? What can I do? Do you want me to get it out of your way? Yes, please go away. Dan Stafford literally wrote a book on micro-interactions, and here's how he breaks it down. They have 4 different stages. There's the trigger, which is that initial action. That could be a manual thing or system-driven. You have the rules, which is the logic determining what can and should happen. The feedback is the response, what do I do next? And then you have loops and moves. These are the meta rules. Loops are the way that your micro-interactions will adapt over time, including things like frequency, duration, pace. Modes are the different states. So how do I use them? This is where it's really critical to understand your users and everything about them. The more you know about your users, the more you know when they need guidance and how to deliver that guidance. And if you really know them, you start answering what they need or they realize Use what's already on the screen. Instead of adding another element, think about how your scroll bar, your cursor, a button, all these states and things can change. Let's look at a couple of examples that use micro interactions as well. Here's where I'm going to apologize to the audience in Bulgaria, since 400 developers. I know they are two very different countries. So I was trying to be personal here in the example from Google Translate. But you can repeatedly click or select or playback in Google Translate and get the audio. Google has anticipated how people might be comprehending the language, and they built in a state where you can enable the speak. You click the audio once, and the entry is set to. You click it a second time, and it slows down. So I don't know if everyone in the back is able to hear it, but the first pace was a little more rapid, kind of like this, and then when you click it slows down so that you can hear the breakdown of the vocal. I work at a company called Delta. We are a product development company designing integration software for enterprise architects. There's a lot of copying and pasting of URLs, tokens, and other data streams. And yes, you can put your cursor into an input field and click to highlight and drag it across the input field and manually copy it, manually paste it. It's tedious. And it also potentially sets you up for error. So we have a pattern where there's a single place to copy. The full data stream gets carried over to where you need to paste it. So this simplifies the task and it prevents error. Text edit is a really basic application that has a nice motor interaction. When you do a save as, when you do the save and copy, it jumps out of its parent screen with the title field that's already highlighted so that you can change the title of your new file. It's highlighted, ready for you to create a theme. And it maintains that context, that association of save as. And it eliminates the ambiguity of wondering, am I saving as something or am I saving over what I've already done? And this micro interaction is an example of how you can use playful management. Micro interactions make technology personal because the feedback is like conversation. People respond better to systems that provide cues and prompts, and ultimately you need someone with the understanding that you get it. The attention to detail makes the person feel understood. B is for barrier-free experiences. And this segment will be about accessibility. There's a product designer named Cindy Lee. She's 6 foot 8, I believe. And she was quoted as saying, we're all just temporarily able. And so we need to think about not just who the people are that are interacting with our information, but the ways in which we need to receive that information. So that's content accessibility guidelines for BCAG is really the authority on this topic and has organized the principles of accessibility in these 4 ways. It needs to be perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. Perceivable, I'm going to focus more on the design responsibilities for these principles. I'll try to touch on some others, but given my background, this is the angle that I have. Perceivable includes making sure that your information has strong context. In the example that Gmail provides above, you can see that there is strong color contrast, bigger grounds. You understand where the links are and the buttons because of the way it's represented. And on the bottom, anybody using Vision or the tool? Love the tool. But here's how I know that their designers are really young with incredible eyesight. Everything is so small. I don't even know if it's enabled. I can barely see it on my screen. I'm not sure if it's something that I've asked to see. It's also important to make sure that you're relying on more than color alone. In these two examples, the do and don't on material design, also from Google. At left, here's what you should do. When you are trying to communicate something, you need, you're able to use color, of course, but you need to provide alternate ways. And so here, in correcting an error, there's a label that lets you know that you've exceeded the maximum characters. And at right, it's just the color alone, so people aren't going to understand. If they can't see the color, they're not going to understand what's holding them back from doing what they want to do. Perceivable is also about adaptive delivery. This includes a lot. Alt text for your images and be descriptive. Don't just say dog on lawn, but describe the dog. What's the breed? But let a person create that image in their mind. Also, avoid sensory descriptions. Opt for words like select over click. And in videos, make sure that you've got captions for videos. And this is actually one of the series from Microsoft and their inclusive design. And they do a really good job of providing audio descriptions of visual aids. I was watching one clip where a woman was dancing, and so you had her narration of her experiences, and then you had another narrator who was saying, well, just people were not sure dance, just survive hands when they go to the next part. So, you know, try to consider how you describe these events to other people who don't have this. Things you see operable. This is where keyboard accessibility is really key. Keyboard accessibility is really critical. Some people can't use them, and other people prefer not to. Enable that you have keyboard accessibility. Do not hide content until you're hovering over that state. A better option is to receive that content so that it's identifiable, and then when you hover over it, it can become more prominent. And typically, I hate carousels, because this is a good example of delivering information with adjustable timing. So with a carousel, you can see that it automatically advances, or you can use your mouse, you can use your keyboard to advance the things for your slides. Avoid flashing and blinking content. I would say that this is just a good idea always. I've never understood the purpose of blink tag, but more importantly, and there's a semantic difference between blink and flash. Flashing content can trigger seizures in people, so this is obviously no joke. Moving on to the control and understandability. I'll address this in a little more detail in the next section, but simple language is easier to read. Here's an example from the Guardian. Avoid acronyms, avoid abbreviations, keep language simple. And here you've got a series of acronyms. And while I argue that if you are looking in the sports section, you understand the NBA acronym in its headline, but look at how it's being used in navigation too. Why aren't we pointing out that it's basketball and hockey, football and baseball? Why is it the acronyms of the organizations that they represent? Being understandable also focuses on predictable navigation. There is a reason why in the decades that the web has been our source of information, that the navigation structure hasn't changed too dramatically. And in these three examples, developer tools and social media and email applications, Even though it's delivering very different content, it's structured in a very similar manner. You have your main topics across the top, you've got additional options down the left side. This is not to say sticky, tricky, and clever. Navigation is there so people can find their way. It's also our responsibility to help users avoid incorrect mistakes. This is a mailchimp example of password set. And I think it's a good one because there are a lot of requirements to developing a strong password. And I've actually skipped a step in what's shown here. So the example with the black text, the one special character, that's how all the requirements have previously been listed, and then as you meet those requirements, the checklist basically proceeds into the background. And then once you have met all those requirements, you have an explicit notification that your password is secure, you're ready to go. And the principle of being robust. This is largely dependent on the code. And so clean code, compliant with the web content, accessibility guidelines, compatible with various agents, including assistive technology. And this is an example of someone using speech to text. And so accessibility is all about being inclusive. And in addition to knowing who users are, understand that each of us requires a different way to access information. As Kevin mentioned too, we're basically designing for our future selves, so that we don't have to rely on it's not an exit, it's just on your phone. And finally, C is for clarity. This is an introduction to plain language. Your goal is to inform your audience, not to confuse them. This is the section that really should be self-evident because it's so easy to overlook basic principles. And this is an example of what not to do. There's no affirmative action here in the error message. If you exit the course, this is an HR compliance module. If you exit the course, it will no longer be available. Sorry, you will no longer be able to view your current feedback. Continue. I'd expect yes or no, or continue or exit, not options of exit. The plain language is clear, efficient communication. It's all about using natural language, short sentences, avoiding jargon, acronyms, abbreviations, using an active voice to eliminate ambiguity, and understanding imagery, content, and when it's best to use that vehicle to relay your information. Yes, I'm editing those there. Clarity is short and simple. Avoid redundancy. Don't be overly restrictive. Avoid jargon, slang, acronyms, and abbreviations. As we enter this tunnel on I-95 headed towards Baltimore, I hope you know whether or not you have hazmat and what it is. It's hazardous material. Use an active voice for clarity, again, to erase any ambiguity. This is sort of a counterpoint to the earlier error message that I showed, where it's very clear what's happening here. Did you intend to attach the files because you said attached, so there are no attachments? This also helps you understand, did I make a mistake or did the system? Which one of us has to do something differently? And know when to use images instead of text. A picture is worth 1,000 words, and sometimes that is the most immediate way to reach your audience. So in summary, your audience is human. Treat them that way. As I mentioned, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Sometimes that's the clearest way to reach your audience. paying attention to all of these details demonstrates whether or not you really understand the features. Again, Charles Haynes, the iconic designer, quoted, "The details are not the details, they make the design." Details also make technology personal. They enhance the way people interact with the product. And the next couple of slides feature resources for you to follow up with your ad investigation. I'll figure out a way to share these slides with you and access to them. And thank you very much for your interest. With questions, I'll see you next time.
Just repeat it when she's done.
I can't hear her.
We were talking about clarity and you were talking about messaging. Are there any best practices that you can keep in mind for call to action? How do they work call to action? Isn't that call to action? But should it be continued? Should it be canceled? Should it be yes? Should it be no? How do you know?
That's a really good question. It's hard to generalize, but much in the same way you saw some examples where the options that you were provided didn't quite answer the question you were being asked. That's generally the best way. So instead of okay and cancel, what are you okay? Instead of okay, you might want to proceed. Instead of okay, you might want to submit. Generally speaking, those are the best ways to label your product.
Other questions? I have a microphone. This is your chance. Nope. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I just wanted to make a 2-minute break. We need to make a browser change. So if you want to get up and go to the bathroom, this is a good moment. If you need something great, that's a good moment too. I will make an announcement loudly so in case you're otherwise you'll know.
That trick when you're
Oh, yeah.
There is a laser part of the stick.
Is there? Okay. I'm going to have to use that quick thing.
Yeah. Press down.
Perfect.
Money well spent.
meters.
Are you good? All right.
I didn't make a change. I was too afraid to say.
I'll give them warning before I start. Sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll make your way back to your seats, please, so we can get started again. I need a minute or two.
Is it recording as well, or just broadcasting?
Yeah, we didn't have the professional video tool.
Any sort of video is better than no video.
And I believe this is capturing the audio. And the camera. So as long as you don't stray too far from this area, you'll stay in there. Feel pretty good? Like most of them are back?
More or less.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll pick back up. Our next speaker is Brian McElady. For almost 20 years, Brian has led user-focused software teams building anything from customized content management and e-commerce systems to medical device monitoring and foreign exchange trading platforms. He currently works as a senior software engineer Elixir developer at Zilla Motorsports in Philadelphia, working on their proprietary in-house enterprise systems. Brian McElady.
Hey everybody, I'm Mac. As Kevin mentioned, I'm a developer. Largely, lately, I work in Elixir. In my past, I've worked in a bunch of different platforms, so everything from .NET, PHP, Java, etc. And currently, I work at a company called Zilla. We're a motorsports retailer. We sell motorcycle parts and apparel in Philadelphia. And we exist to enhance and advance the experience of motorcycle enthusiasts. So user experience is really sort of like a big part of our DNA. And it can be a little difficult sometimes. I mean, we're trying to sell things to people ultimately. That's what we exist for. But we have this wide range of people that we're trying to provide product to. Some people are looking to move very fast on asphalt, like number one logistics races. I think you're a customer, right? Some people are trying to go fast on asphalt. Some people are trying to go fast on not asphalt. Some people will have completely different reasons for getting onto a motorcycle. But in the middle of all this is us trying to figure out, like, how do we make systems personal for these people? And as a developer, there's a lot of things I can do around that. I mean, I have a ton of data. I could drop this into a graph database. I could say, here's all my users, and they've told me, in a lot of cases, what bikes they ride, and they've told me what style of riding. So is it touring? I'm going for, like, long distances, or am I trying to jump off of big mountains of dirt? Like, what is it I'm trying to do? And I know what parts and apparel sort of apply to those different styles of riding in these different motorcycles. Now, again, I'm a retailer, so I have all my sales data as well. So to that, I can add things like, what have you looked for? What have different users looked for that have these riding styles and these bikes? You know, what purchases have they made in the past? And how can I, you know, do market basket analysis and try to figure out what people might want in the future? And that lets me customize interfaces to a great degree. If I know you like the color yellow, I can default to yellow when you're looking at products. If I know you've got a certain type of bike, I can default those things. I can tune pricing. If I know you've been to the site a bunch but haven't purchased things. For some products, I could probably even pre-populate a cart, but when you come to the site with products I think you're going to buy. And at this point, having said that, all the developers are going, yeah, that's totally technically feasible, and all the designers are saying, what are you talking about, you moron, right? And the reason that is because personalized is not the same as personal. I can customize something, but it doesn't necessarily mean someone's going to give me their trust enough to interface with that system. This all starts with my ability to have this customized experience. You telling me a little bit about what style of writing you have and what kind of bikes you have. And if you don't trust the system enough to give me that information, I really can't tune anything for you. So kind of a non-controversial statement along those lines, you probably have a more personal relationship with Google than you have with a lot of your friends and family members. Because you wouldn't ask questions like this of probably anybody else in this room. So if you talk to a designer about that, the reason why that is because they've been able to go out there and do enough user research to figure out how to take the data they're pulling in and appropriately use it in a way that encourages you to continue having this level of trust. Whereas the developers are going to focus entirely on the algorithms and the technology that sits behind this, and they're not using a SQL database, they're using this kind of database or whatever it is, right? And so these kind of like two different worlds, these two different mentalities that the two sides tend to approach a project with. The designers are looking at something like this and saying, we need to make sure that we take into account all the different parts of this experience. The propane's got to be easy to get at. I have to be able to very easily see the temperature. I need to be able to adjust the temperature very easily and all these things. Keep things cold until I need them to be hot. Whereas the developers are saying, make it cook things and make it reusable. Got it. Right? So the question becomes, since we're all moving towards the same end goal here, we want people to use the systems that we're coming up with. How do we communicate more effectively between designers and developers so that we can retain the value of these different perspectives while we're trying to get a project done? This is the reason why the conversation around should designers know how to code is completely uninteresting to me. I have developers who know how to code. I need people who don't have our mentality, our way of looking at things, to help us see our blind spots so that the software we put out is more impactful, more effective, able to drive down. I'm not saying you can't have designers that write code. I recommend it. But I'm not looking for that from them. I need these two different mentalities on any given project. So the survey course what they go through is going to talk about a bunch of tools. It's going to lean more towards the technology side of things, since I'm a developer, sorry. But the themes basically on this is define common themes amongst all the different things that you're doing with your software, and then figure out ways to automate the testing of those things. And really what this serves to do is try to remove that part of the conversation. We're trying to drive it down to what is it we're trying to provide a user and get that communication going between designers and developers. And leave the, is this button far enough to the left conversation to be as automated a conversation as it can be. We'll talk about that more as we go through. So the first thing that I recommend is how you design a system. Probably if you don't remember anything else that I say today, this is probably the most important one. A design system is basically sitting down ahead of time and trying to structure out what are the rules that are going to govern the system. And there's a bunch of different things that go into that. It's, what color typography are we going to use? What language do we use? How do we use micro-interactions like Tracy talked about and get these things accessible and all these things? Like, what are the rules that are going to sort of govern this project that we're piecing together? These things, if you document them, should be artifacts, not deliverables. And by that, I mean, these are things that you're going to live over time. You don't want to deliver this once to a customer and say, this is what we're going to do. These are things that are going to have to evolve as you start to investigate. If you say, this is the only interactions we're going to have in the system, you might find an edge case and realize, oh, we need this new interaction. Now I got to go back and get a change order and all these other things. And, sorry, I missed the last point. Much of it should be in a coded form if possible, right? Again, we want to try to automate testing these things. So if I sort of like stray away from the intent of the project, if there's ways for me to test this in an automated fashion, I should be able to do that. And that'll kind of eat into some of the other topics I've got. So one suggestion I have along those lines is there's a book called Atomic Design by Brad Frost. By the way, there will be a link to a GitHub repo at the end of this that has both the slides as well as easy links to all these tools. So if you're looking for that stuff, I'll have a link here. But Atomic Design does a great job of sort of framing the concept of the design system, both all the different types, but also when you're trying to define interactions, it starts out with this concept of I'm going to define what all the different kinds of buttons are, and then I'm going to define how those buttons might sit close to other things like labels. And then I'm going to take these combinations of things and make larger controls out of them. And these controls become, pages. And then I can finally start putting sort of like fake content in to display the results of this to a customer. And I don't want to get into this too much explaining it because I want you to read the book. Go read the book by Brad Frost. He also has a tool called Pattern Lab, which basically does a good job of giving you a framework to display this or organize these things in a software tool that everyone in the project can use. So in this case, what we're looking for from designers is to say, these are all the different colors that we've got, and most times, if you look into the different documents and those sort of things, they've already got this defined. But I can start to set up the code around these things and pop it into an interface where we can all have conversations about these things visually, getting the requirements out of this prose-based format into something that's a little bit more cligonable. And the nice thing about Pattern Lab is that since it's coded, you can start to figure out things like where breakpoints are going to be for responsive design and those sorts of things. Now, this is coded. Again, the coded part of this isn't something I look for my designers to do. Tell me what colors to use, and I'll make my developers figure out how to piece this thing together. But we should have these conversations around what are all these different interactions that we're trying to propose, so that when it comes down to time to say, here's this new screen, if you sketch something on a whiteboard and I've got something like this in my back pocket, I don't need you to give me a comp anymore. You just say, I want this kind of control here, this kind of control here, this kind of control here. It starts to form a vocabulary around what we're trying to piece together. And this is important to use regardless of whether or not you're using a CSS framework. Things like Embrigistics and Zerb and Backbone. These different tools are great because they provide all these sort of pre-baked components, but which ones out of this giant box of things that we have are we actually using on this given project? The screen captures from a portal that we use internally at Revzilla, so we piece this together, and as we add new interactions to things, these are literally just all the things that we use in there, but there is no HTML that's in here that we don't already have. We'll get into why that ends up being important later. All right, so to sort of recap, when you would want to use a design system, really anything that's non-trivial. If your application is going to grow beyond a few different transactions, or if it's something that's more than just presenting content, you probably want something like this in place for your team. It does, I guess, on its surface take a little bit of time, but the amount of time it will suck out of your total cost of ownership is worth the effort. Checking out the source control. You want this to live sort of alongside of the rest of your project, and we'll get into why in a little bit. And if it changes when it's, you'll see it in source control. If it changes, if CSS changes and this doesn't, then you know you've probably got some sort of an interaction that hasn't been defined in here. So it kind of gives you that nice little trigger while you're doing code reviews to be able to say, hey, something changed and I don't know what the name of this new thing is. And finally, as far as the benefits to this, for everyone, we're trying to get a vocabulary going. We're trying to be able to discuss these edge cases and try to figure out what is the difference between what we have and what it is we're trying to pull off. Right? For developers, it gives me something to reference while I'm coding. It gives me the ability to not to click through my code and try to find the other place where I use this certain type of select box. I can just look inside of this reference and pluck that out. I find for designers, it gives you devs who can code about as fast as you can draw. I already know what all these interfaces are going to be. If you're able to name a control and tell me which one you're trying to pull together, I don't need you to give me a comp. I can just pop that CSS in and code while you're drawing on the whiteboard. And then we can focus on the things that the developers don't know how to create. We can narrow down this conversation to the couple of controls that really are unique in the interaction you're trying to drive forward. All right, so the second thing is visual regression testing, which kind of isn't as easy unless you have something like the design system in place. Visual regression testing is code that basically you take screenshots of the system at various points in time, and then it tries to figure out using software what the differences visually between those two states are. This is pretty important. The scientists in the room and researchers will tell you, the human eye will generally see what you're looking for. So if you're not looking for a specific change, I change the header title in one spot and then I don't know where else in the system it's really changed that. As I'm clicking through trying to find all those places, I might be missing things as I go. If you've ever worked with SAP or tried to customize SAP, you'll know that that's the nightmare of SAP is that it's really hard to visual regression test, and every single change to CSS will change all sorts of things. Sorry, SAP. Anyway, again, the idea here is to kind of code these things. So what you get out of, say, Phantom CSS, which is one of the visual regression tools, and really pretty much every framework out there, every language out there is going to have tools in play. Phantom is nice because it's pretty much technology agnostic. You can drop it into any platform you've got. Works really well with .NET. But it gives you this visualization of the two different states, and then the yellow part is sort of the difference. And I'm able to look at how much yellow is in there and figure out, oh, this thing sort of changed. So if you think about this on top of the design system, if I'm using Pattern Lab, and I've got all my things in there, and I want to make a change to CSS real quick, and I think that it's only changed one spot, I can pop this into my continual integration, let the code run before it deploys, and if anything changes that I didn't know about, it's not going to let me deploy my code. Unless your developers know, oh, I got to look at this thing. Right? So for a very small amount of effort, you've kind of got the safety net around making changes to the UI very quickly. Places where this really ends the pattern. If you're inheriting a project, I wish I knew about this when I was working for a design firm, because you pick up these old projects and you try to go in and make tweaks to CSS and you have no idea what you were changing really. This is sort of a godsend for that. Similar to the design system, the more complex you get, probably the more benefit you're going to get out of this, because you've got a lot of different interactions going on. Again, you know, that like bang important thing with CSS starts to get a little old. This will kind of tell you a little bit more about where your CSS is breaking things down. And if you're rapidly changing, so for us, we're in e-commerce, we are constantly trying to evolve and change what's going on our user interface. This kind of tool can go a long way to giving us sort of that safety net to make sure that as we're making these changes, like we knew what it was we were changing. So I think I covered this part already, continued integration. So developers, confidence that you're able to make changes as you're going through. And for designers, it's going to be a lot easier time in visual QA. If I say this is only changed in these spots, I can actually know that now as opposed to just sort of guessing that that's actually what happened. A/B testing. I hear a lot of clients that I've worked with in the past, teams I've worked in the past, talk a lot about A/B testing, but very few actually do. This is where I work now at Brazil, is probably the first company I work with that A/B tests on a regular basis. The general idea here is to take two different concepts, two different interfaces, and then just sort of alternatingly display them to various users, and then try to figure out which one converted better, or made the interaction easier, or whatever goal it is you're trying to pull off. Now, this doesn't mean a lot of things. It doesn't mean come up with a new interface and then offer to people if they click a button, because what you've tested there is whether or not people are willing to click a button. Right? It doesn't mean, you know, punch out a prototype that might work really slow, and then, you know, you've got these sort of like differences. So you want to get production level code in play. Right? But if you're able to do this, then it starts to break down a lot of the conversations we have. Instead of saying, I don't see the value in that, it becomes, okay, we'll do both and we'll figure out which one has value. From an e-commerce standpoint, you know, again, we're consumer facing. Sometimes the best user interface isn't really what's going to convert the best, as weird as that sounds. If something is a little harder to use but converts better, from a business standpoint, maybe that's a decision we want to make. Or maybe it gives us the opportunity to say, this isn't converting better, but it should. We need to do more research to find out why. Maybe there's something else in this workflow that we need to tweak in order to make this thing work. I'm a big fan of a tool called Optimizely. Just give a little change a second. If you look where the social media links are, you can guest checkout. When we added guest checkout as a concept in Mozilla, we wanted A/B testing because there were a lot of arguments against guest checkout. The designers wanted it because intuitively they felt, from user experience, they felt that people would want to check out without having that login. But from a business perspective, there's a lot of benefit to us to have more information about it, to try to find out what bike you're riding, find out what other styles of riding you might have. Even if you don't want to purchase more things from us, it gives us more data to help out other users. And that's a good thing for us. So when we started looking at this, it became, all right, so what is the business benefit of this? The answer wasn't don't build it because we don't think there's a business benefit. It was build it, A/B test it, and then figure out which way works better. Now, Optimizely is a tool that's great because they have clients for most languages, .NET, Java, Ruby, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's other tools like Monotate where you don't need to actually inject it into your code. They'll like a little bit of JavaScript and they can sort of control everything from their panel. There's a lot of different tools out there, so you want to find one that sort of matches what you're doing. If you have a highly transactional system, or if you are dealing with consumers, this is something you definitely want to have in play. Don't leave it up to yourselves to figure out what it is that's going to work best for your goals. Get your KPIs, figure out how to measure. In production, you have to call research. This isn't a replacement for sitting down with users and doing user testing. This is something that you would do on production after you've actually punched things out. And make sure that you're doing it with live data. I've seen a lot of teams try to figure out how to like A/B test inside of user testing, and that makes sense, maybe. You know, that's up to the researchers to figure out, not me. That's not my specialty. But it's just a cheap win for us to be able to gather things that we can focus on and let our designers and researchers like dig into problems in our system long term. If we're A/B testing, and we can start figuring out where things might be improved, or where things might be working just fine the way they are. Developers, it's more data. You were in when I said data, right? I don't have to explain to you why this is a good idea. But for designers, it's one less reason to get shut down. You've got an idea, and the developers in the room or the business stakeholders, whoever it is, are pushing back on it. Like, it's A/B testing. It's one thing to say that I don't believe this will work, but show the math. Like, why isn't it? That's actually a thing. Automated user acceptance testing, or UAT, because there's a lot of letters to type. The general idea here is to clearly define your workflows in a way that you've got a given, when, and then. Given I'm in a login state, and I'm trying to purchase something as opposed to being, say, a guest user, right? So from a developer perspective, that means a bunch of things. I can start to, from the given, figure out what is the data that I have to have in order to get into that state. Then you say when. When I try to perform this action, then I should be able to see this result, right? If we start to frame designs, especially workflows in design along those ways, developers can do a ton of development ahead of time without having any idea what the interface is going to look like. So this kind of like chicken and egg thing in a sprint where you're like, oh, I can't build things because I don't have design. Why didn't, then should we have design work in a sprint ahead or a sprint behind or whatever? We can start to sort of like break that down a little bit because we're able to get these questions in ahead of time. Then we can start automating, writing code to automate testing these things. These are known things. Behavioral-driven development, test-driven development. I think every engineer in the room here has probably at least heard of that before. But I think there's a lot of pushback for some reason. Even if you don't do it as part of the main sort of focus within your development environment, if you've got a very large system, then having these things in place can make things a lot easier on yourselves. SpecFlow is a behavioral-driven development tool in .NET. The interface isn't super slick. I spent some time looking for a better one in .NET. It's been a little while since I've done testing in .NET. But all these really wrap up around the same tool. It's a tool called Selenium, which is a little bit more like platform agnostic. In Elixir, there's one that's sort of like built into my framework that I use on a regular basis. But you can kind of maybe beg out some of the text here in the groups. Just like, given I have better 50 in the calculator, and I have better 70 in the calculator, when I press add, the result should be 120, right? So if I'm able to sort of like build up these rules, I can write this code in there, and then that test will fail until I write code that makes it pass, right? So the nice thing about this is that as I make changes later on, these things will break down, and that's sort of like, I guess, the stated concept behind UAT. But it also gives me a chance to have a better communication with my designers on what these workflows actually are. When I'm starting to look at wireframes, if I can start asking questions around, all right, so what is the state that I'm in at this point? What data should a user already have, and what are they looking to enter into the system, and what should they see on the other side? If we're able to start like framing things in this way, I can start coding things in a way that I can know whether or not I actually succeeded in providing the functionality the designer asked for. Sort of in tandem with this, I'm sort of like shoving in the concept of load testing, right? The idea that I'm going to have a whole bunch of data in here, and I'm going to fire off a whole bunch of requests to the server and figure out what's going on. Probably something you don't necessarily associate with it, but this can be a big deal when you're trying to look at whether or not a new feature is going to be faster or slower, or make the system faster or slower than you have right now. So for instance, right now we're looking at adding a feature into checkout at Mozilla. That is a big deal. If we're going to add more data processing in there, we need to know exactly how much longer that's going to make a checkout take, because the longer you spend in checkout, the less likely it is you're going to click buy at the end. That doesn't mean don't add the feature. It means know how much longer that piece is, and figure out where in checkout we can start to carve that time out. So load testing, again, is being used for us anyway as another tool to be able to have a conversation with designers around can we simplify this process to make it less clicks, or is it up to the developers to figure out how to make this thing work faster? Now we have a conversation about like, which of those answers to the problem we're going to take, but at least we're able to like frame that conversation out a little bit because we have numbers. We can say we want to make it this much faster. All right, so if you're not a brochureware, if you're not just pushing content out on the content pages, you probably should have some form of user acceptance testing in play. Personally, I'm a big fan of test-driven development, writing the tests first and letting them fail, because for me it makes things a lot easier. I don't have to think as much about what I'm trying to pull off if I already know that, in order to get into this workflow, I have to have this information and be in this state. If you're getting a ton of traffic and you're doing brochureware, then you probably want to have this in play too, especially the load balance, the load testing part of it. During the design process, you want to use it to generate workflows. Before you write code, you want to write tests so you can see what you've gotten done, what you haven't. Before QA starts, you want to make sure all the tests are passing. And then we run these tests in CI to make sure that things break or don't break as we expected them to as we launch code out in the production. I'm waiting for the picture. Okay. And finally, who this helps out. For everyone, we're going to get better requirements this way. We're going to be able to say, this is the state, this is the data, this is the inputs, this is the outputs. Again, it's another way we can sort of communicate a little bit. For developers, easier refactoring. If you have these tests in place, you can change code willy-nilly and know that if you did anything that was damaging, your tests will break on you. And for designers, this is going to give us another vocabulary to discuss changes. You're going to say, hey, like this one test case that we talked about a few weeks ago when I said that this was all the information that we needed to have in and these were the steps. Well, like we need to add an additional step with this other information. And the developers will say, oh, no problem, we'll change the tests. And then we will know that that gets caught because the test will break until it passes. Right? User testing. Finally, this is the last one. User testing is, to me, the definition of minimum viable. When you talk about minimum viable, you're trying to figure out what is the least amount of work I can do to answer a question. And if you're able to sit down and sketch something on a paper prototype, sit it down in front of a user and say, work through this workflow, on a tool like that, then that saves us a bunch of time. That is the least amount of work you can do. I feel like a lot of teams that I've been on in the past push back when user research because they think of this academic sort of exercise that's not really like applying itself to the end product. But in fact, when you talk about agile, like this is really lean, right? This is the definition of lean in a lot of ways. You want to do it on prototypes. You want to do it during dev sprints. And you want to do it after launch. The reason for that is that before you're done, before you start building something, you want to have more information on what it is you're trying to build. While you're building it, you want to have as much information as you can about whether or not when you launch it, it's going to work out. Because every software everybody has ever worked on has been user tested, even if you didn't do it, because the user eventually touches this thing. Personally, I would rather know that the user will be unhappy with it when it's not midnight and I'm already half drunk. And after launch, you want to be able to measure your KPIs. You want to be able to say that, we think users should be able to do this. Before launch, we thought that this thing would be able to, get through iTrack testing, very easily. But after launch, a month or 3 months or a year after the fact, we want to go back and start retesting these things to make sure that, I don't know what technology comes out. The new iPhone comes out and suddenly people start looking at screens differently. Like you want to keep up on how these interactions are actually being used over time. There's a couple of books I'm going to recommend, more so than tools in this case. First is Eric Hall's Just Enough Research. And there's a great discussion in there on the differences between like an agile sort of methodology and how user research sort of plays into that. Tracy, who spoke earlier, was the one who took me off about this book. It's a great read, and I've been forcing all of my developers to read this as a condition of employment. Lean UX by Jeff Gottlieb. This is a phenomenal book. It talks a lot about, sort of like, when I first read it, I thought it was like guerrilla research, right? But the general concept of having tests be a part of sprints, this is where I kind of got that concept. And for us, for a lot of the teams that I've worked on, we usually pick a day, like if our sprints are starting on Monday, every Wednesday we test. And the general idea is that, you're trying to write code to a point of completion. Throughout a sprint, there are going to be several points where you got things done. We might as well start showing it to users then, so that we don't launch things into production that aren't really going to work the way we thought they were going to. Anyway, that's just one small step. There's a ton of great information in this book. Highly recommend reading it. Anything non-trivial. If you are doing anything that is going to take you longer than a day, you probably should be thinking about some form of user research. And it's important to have your developers be a part of that, right? Either observing the research, or maybe, if it's possible, like let them go out there and do some research, right? The reason is that, this is not the slide I thought was going to be there. I'm just going to wind this back. The reason is that if your developers are involved with the research, that's going to put them in touch with users that think a way that's very different than the way they think. When I'm writing code, I'm going to be trying to think through like how people are going to be doing things. Even though I have the designs, I'm trying to make decisions about how things might happen in the future. And I think very differently about approaching the system because I know how it was written than someone who doesn't know those things, right? So what you got your developer suddenly is empathy. Even if all the research they do is garbage, right? And you don't use any of the results that they come back with, like putting them in front of users and having them have the experience of watching other people use the software they're writing has a ton of value, in my experience anyway. When you want to do these things, you want to do them against prototypes. Obviously, like that's the research thing that we all know and love. But again, I love the idea of doing research during sprints. As things are getting completed, get them done. So pick a day, invite users in, and put that pressure on your developers to have things done for those users. And if you miss the deadline, no problem. Just retest the thing you did last week, right? But have this be a regular part of a drumbeat. It's part of your development process, unless the researchers tell you not to. I would keep looking at Kevin to see if he's like angry at me. And then finally, user acceptance testing, right? Before you launch, make sure, if nothing else, make sure that you get these things in front of users and retest to make sure that the results you get on the actual code is the same as you got on your paper prototypes. And when you do that, user acceptance testing, make sure you're doing it with production level data. I have something like 400 gigs of data in my database. If you test something on a non-production database, it's going to move really fast. But some parts of my workflow are going to work slower when this thing actually gets into production. If I don't do user testing against like that final product before I punch it out, I'm probably going to get very different results because people might get frustrated or bored. You know, something takes 5 minutes to load, they're just going to like go off and start, you know, Googling and whatever. You know, make sure that you do these things against production data. Better requirements, less post-launch pain from a developer perspective. Again, I don't want to find out that there was a problem at 2 o'clock in the morning. And from a designer perspective, you're going to get developers from 4 empathy. All right, so the overall concept here, slow down and take the time it takes to get these things done. I think a lot of times we have so much focus on time to market and being first and getting things out the door and getting things done on a budget and on a schedule and those sorts of things that we don't build the tools that it would be necessary to do these things successfully, or maybe as easily as we could do them otherwise. I spent probably the first 2/3 of my career resisting writing tests because I knew it was writing more code. I kept saying to myself, like, this is the time box I have. I don't have time to write tests. But if I had, a lot of those projects that maybe weren't as successful as they could have been, would have been more successful. If we're honest with ourselves, intuitively know, but studies also show, most projects that fail because of a lack of communication, either between the client and the team, the designers and the developers, you know, the business case and the people who design software. Like, all these things need to communicate effectively in order to make a software project work. So let's put some tools in place, especially those that we can automate, to start protecting us sort of from ourselves. All right, again, I'm Brian McElhaney, github.com/McElhaney. There's a repo in there called UXify 2017. That has my slides in it, and also there's a wiki in there that has nice, fast, clickable links to all the tools that I mentioned, and books for that matter. I'm McElhaney on Twitter. I'm mac@revzilla.com. Feel free to email me with questions. This was a survey course, obviously. If you're looking for specific tools for a different technology set than what I talked about, let me know. I can help you find good ones. And finally, the shameless plug, revzilla.com/careers, hiring for pretty much everything. So from like warehouse to design, customer service, up and down the board. Any questions?
Okay, give me that one.
In that case, the talk, you're developing in an agile environment, and I was really interested in the design system, building that design system first, and how that affected your team and the development of your project.
Sure. Yeah, so this is going to be slightly dependent or slightly different, I guess, to the team. Where I'm at now, I'm in a unique situation where I'm no longer a consultant. I work for an internal team. And so the way we look at time is a little different, maybe, because I don't have a client that's got like this contract behind. So with us, we have asynchronous, non-blocking sprints. The design team is working on one set of priorities, the development team is following them on a separate set. That's not to say we don't like cross over. We have developers that are working alongside of the design team to define tools like this. The way we see it is that if a ticket enters the sprint, and I don't know what it is I'm building, that ticket probably shouldn't have been in the sprint. Right? So these tools give us a way to define what done is going to be in a way that's probably a little bit more productive. If you don't have that luxury and you're working as a consultant, that doesn't alleviate the need for these tools, but it might change the resolution that you want to produce these tools in. You still need to define done. You still need to figure out what it is you're trying to build, right? And if you do this in a way that you can test and automate, then you don't have that thing at the end of a project where like subtle changes are causing massive scope for you, right? But again, as I mentioned early on, you want these things to be artifacts and not milestones. You want these things to be things that you're creating and iterating on, even if they're just sketches on a whiteboard. The more testable they are in an automated fashion, I think the more value you see out of them. But yeah, from an agile perspective, I think a lot of these things play directly into what we do because we can say, we're not ready to groom something until we know what it is we're trying to build. And if you can't at least define for me how to write an automated test, then I don't know what it is I'm trying to build. This thing probably is going to either add a bunch of risks to my sprint or is something that we need to have a spike in the sprint in order to investigate and figure out. that verbose answer the question? Or?
Yeah, I've had arguments with strong I'm going to say I've had arguments with our Scrum team that they didn't have to have all that information up front. That book that you have there with your color, CSS, all that stuff. Just people know that sort of
I get that. I think to a certain extent that's going to take on like the agile principles. The general concept is you don't need to have documentation going. And again, the idea here is to generate documentation that doesn't add value to the code. So for instance, when it comes to pattern lab, the word pattern lab is that is production CSS. This is the CSS files you can say you plug off the pattern. And so it's not an initial effort, it's just another way to organize the same material. Right? You want these things to add value to the development process and the design process for that matter as much as possible. Because if not, then it's quite really good, especially if it's on milestones. Yeah, it can be hard. A lot of development teams will push back on anything that is writing functionality that checks the box in order to get things done. It can be a struggle to sort of get beyond that. That's where the Eric level, I think, can be really helpful. There's a lot of the point of that book is how do you talk to people about these research. And a lot of the tips that she has in this, the ways of thinking, I guess, around that particular topic apply this as well to the developers to understand that if somebody looking at all of this, have any other questions?
So, first of all, awesome talk. I used to do a talk called Designers are from Mars, Developers are from Venus. So you're kind of the yin to my yang on some of this stuff. And the thing I actually really liked was just the fact that we talk a lot about how much code you designers have. I'm wondering how much involvement, I know you kind of talked a little bit in terms of your involvement in the process, but how much voice do you have in the creative process, collaboration?
Me personally, not very much anymore. My current role, I work on a lot of the back-end interfaces. So there are interfaces that I build that machines are generally. But having said that, the developers on my team that work more closely to the front, so just trying to develop people who build interfaces to do what I do it, have a lot of interaction with them. It's a very big part of what we're doing during the sprints, having touch points with them, whiteboarding with them, try to get prototypes written alongside them. You want to sort of have that. And most of the things that I work on, I pretty much try to force something like that. But, for me, I think I had the benefit of coming up as a developer inside of user experience design company. And so there was never really a question about that. And once you sort of worked in that environment where you're able to think about the hows and whys of what you're doing alongside of the what's, going back to a world where you're not doing things really good. You just sit down in front of the screen and say, okay, what do next? And you don't have that grounding on why. And so, again, personally, for me, right now I'm going in a lot. But when I start moving back towards user interfaces that are computers again, I like to keep other paper markers, so I try to do as much of that as possible.
I just wanted to ask what sort of strategy would you use if you have a larger application, an existing application, and what you integrate some of these concepts, specifically like the visual image apps, would you try to integrate all that stuff up front with everything that's already there, or new stuff? What would you strategy?
Yeah, that's a pretty common thing I run into. The best thing I can say is it's really hard to get an organization to stop everything and implement these things for the entire system. So generally, the idea is to put a stake in the ground and say, okay, from this point forward, we can agree on that and doing this in. But what you'll find is that for a lot of the schools, setting these things up before you start to read the bug fixing and things, kind of gives you that edge. With Brazil, when I first started, we didn't have a whole lot of tests. We need to like 30%, that's why we were concerned. So over the course of the last year and a half, we really been fighting hard because the pace of which we're changing is increasing a lot, so you need more than 20 things. And so I kind of been going through this iteratively over the last year. Really, the way it starts is we follow the churn. The higher the churn is, the more often something changes on a particular piece of code, we start those things first. And that's something that's pretty easy to figure out. With the validation server, GitHub, all these things have tools you can use to find out which things in your system have the highest churn. Start updating those things and those interfaces under test first, and focus on the things that are going great. And really, the right test, like that's where your focus is going on the day. You don't necessarily test every single system or every single thing because you're testing your data for years to run. And you want to focus on the things that are most likely to break, are the most difficult for your issue to use, the most likely packaging, and work your way.
All right, thank you very much.
So, F11.
Okay, our next speaker, Rebecca Dannett, is a deeply passionate UX designer, researcher, and strategist focusing on applying design thinking and human-centered design methodologies to solve complex business or user problems. Currently a user experience researcher at Google, she is often found evangelizing design as a strategic role and enforcing research-driven decisions. She enjoys educating other disciplines in how design can support their role, as well as how they can get involved in the design process. Ladies and gentlemen, Becca.
Down?
Down.
All right, in the back, can you hear me? Okay, I'm terrible with microphones. If it goes too low, just like give me a hand wave and I'll pull it up. All right, so I'm here today to talk a little bit about the world of artificial intelligence. Who here has heard of cognitive or artificial intelligence? Right here. Awesome. Who here has interacted with artificial intelligence? Raise your hand. Okay. Who here is an expert in artificial intelligence? Perfect. People don't get so I'm really excited here to talk about something I'm really obsessed and passionate about, which is design for humans. And as practitioners in the field, which I'm sure many of you are, I think you know what it means to design for humans. But what about the new world we're entering in, where we are designing for humans, interacting with technology that has human-like qualities and stuff? And that at a high level is what I'm here to talk about today. But it only has 30 minutes, so we're going to brush on the topic very high level. If I can do this, okay. Before I dive in, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Rebecca Dannett, and I am about to actually trek cross country to work as a design researcher at Google in their Mountain View location. For the last 3.5 years, I've been a senior design manager at IBM, working with the IBM analytics team. And so what I did was I focused on creating solutions where we aggregate data and use data to help inform business decisions or help people make decisions. And I manage a team of UX and visual designers, and I play many different roles in design. I've done visual design, I've done user experience design, but my primary passion is research. And so those are the lenses in which I'm speaking to you today. Outside of work, I love to do yoga, and I'm passionate about everything in that space. So I kind of have the dual personality. You have like the peace-loving hippie kind of thing, and then I have the advanced artificial intelligence technology side. So, cognitive. The definition that I most understand about cognitive is that it understands, it reasons, and it learns, all while interacting with humans. So understand, it takes structured and unstructured data, both textual or sensory based, and it understands them at astonishing speed and volume, meaning you can throw tons and tons and tons of data in it, and in seconds it can process that. But it doesn't just understand the data, it forms hypotheses. It aggregates the data, it comes up with arguments, and it helps prioritize representation so that humans can make better decisions. It learns while doing this. So it learns how to think better, it learns more about your language, it learns the context in which you're speaking while it's doing everything else. And on top of that, it actually interacts with you of humans. So this is the definition that we're going to move forward with today for cognitive. In artificial intelligence, this tends to be applied when the machine mimics any cognitive functions that you typically associate with another human. So this could be something like visual perception, this could be speech recognition, decision making, and translation to team languages. Now that being said, the true AI system must learn on its own, learn from past interactions, and get smarter and more aware as it moves forward. So if you're anything like me, you're thinking, okay, the machines are taking over. And something like this image will come to mind from popular movies. The good news is we're not here yet, but we will be. So you also on a tangent, AI may not be a threat to our existence today, but there's no stopping it and its evolution. Because as humans, we are obsessed with innovation, and so we will get there at some point. To make the point even stronger, Stephen Hawking said in an interview with the BBC that the development of full artificial intelligence is the end of the human race. He then went on to explain why. It's not that the robots are going to take over, but the problem is that once full AI comes into play, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if it's going to ignore us. We don't know if it's going to feed off of our intelligence and work with us, or just completely blindside us and get way further than we ever could. So I'm not going to pretend to be an expert today in AI. I'm just simply a designer who loves the idea. And what I'm really interested in talking about with you guys today is, as designers and developers, how do we bridge the gap in this new world of technology and designing for humans? So I asked you guys in the beginning if any of you have interacted with artificial intelligence, and about half of you raised your hand. If anybody in this room has an Apple phone, you have interacted with artificial intelligence. And these things are creeping into our lives every day, affecting how we work, how we shop, how we cook, and how we live. Hopefully in positive ways so far. And it does have a huge opportunity in the future to improve our lives on a day-to-day basis. As I mentioned, there are many consumer-level products today and applications in circulation, from Siri to Alexa, and even enterprise-level offerings like Watson and self-driving vehicles. Now, AI is in smartphone devices, it's in music recommendation, it's in online customer support, purchase prediction, video games, and beyond. But most people don't know these things are artificial intelligence, or AI, which is probably good enough, because the average consumer is not yet ready for AI in everyday life. Now, what I mean by that is they are ready for the convenience, the quickness, and the simplification that artificial intelligence brings, but they're not yet ready to know that it's actually a computer making decisions and not a human. So essentially, machines are driving. So a couple of months ago, I was asked to get really involved in artificial intelligence idea. And I had no idea what it was doing. I've never touched it before that, and I never wanted to think about it before that. Because as I mentioned, it's a little bit of a scary world for me. So I'm going to focus the topic today on conversational artificial intelligence. Because the world of artificial intelligence is quite large, we don't have enough time. So when I was asked to create an enterprise-level chatbot experience with our employee engagement offerings, I put together a quick design and initial strategy for how it would be the project. But then I realized I was completely stumped. I didn't know how to get started, what to do, what research did I need, who do I talk to besides experts. So I did what I would normally do in any other project. And I went out and I talked to what I thought were the average user, just asking them questions very generally. And through all of these conversations, I realized that many people have the same concerns that I do about artificial intelligence. Limits and reach. When does it stop thinking? How does it come to a final decision? Security. What data does it have access to? Is it aggregated I don't know about? So what I mean by this, for anybody in the room who doesn't understand how data works, when you aggregate data, typically you have a lot of platforms and all or applications. And those applications have your name, your number, your email address, your actual home address, and much more information about you. Typically, in artificial intelligence or cognitive applications will bring data across all of those applications, help you be more connected. And so, yeah, you get that ease and that quickness, but the security level is how much does it know? If I have an application on my phone that has medical data, is it touching that too? And where is that then going? So security is a big concern. Finally, trust. What factors does it use to make a decision if that's the application of touching? And can that decision be wrong? Because we know that artificial intelligence is initially trained by a human, and then it just gets better over time by itself. But to that person who initially trained it, do they know what they're talking about? Do they have the right morals and the right ethics in mind when they were designing this or teaching this? And if that person is wrong, well, I know. So can I see the data? And finally, how do I shut it down? If it goes really wrong and the robot do something, what can I do about it? That being said, there is also the flip side, which is all the possibilities that artificial intelligence brings to the everyday user, which is it can be helpful, it can be effortless, and it can be transformative. So what does this mean for design and for development? That's the bigger topic for today, right? UX is moving away from people. Today we talk a lot about where we're going to place the button, so we have good ROI. Where are we going to, how are we going to design the search experience? Is it advanced search or is it basic search? Well, that doesn't really matter anymore. We're starting to get into artificial intelligence. Most of the way that users are going to interact with it is through a conversation. So now it's about thinking about that, building trust and relationships between humans and stuff, and breaking the mold at the same time. So in all of the work I've done over the last couple months, I came today with 5 tips on how to design with artificial intelligence in mind. Step 1 is give the bot an appropriate persona. So you have to really think about what is going to resonate with your end user. Typically, it used to be what colors resonate, what form copies resonate. Now it's about what personality resonates. Think about gender. Which user base or what will your user base find more comfortable in this world? Is it male or female? Then the personality. Is it the old friend? He's friendly and people, and he might take action for you, but he might not be memorable. You might not think to go back. Or is bright and bubbly the right way to go? They suggest actions and content for you, and perhaps they're more proactive. They try to anticipate what actions you might need. That being said, it's not done well. That could be annoying and intrusive. Or lastly, is it efficient and smart? Is it automatically making suggestions for you without any, basic kind of beginning to the conversation? That might come across as a little bit too robotic and therefore emotional. So taking the personality of the artificial intelligence is critical. You want it to be a fine balance between human-like but not too human. The person needs to know they're still working with something without arms. Step 2 is decide the cognitive capabilities within the bot. So really thinking about, in your experience, what do you need? So the first one, speech to text. Do you want your user to talk to it and it then translates those words into language that it understands, like Siri and Alexa? Or tone analysis. Halfway through the conversation, and this is a help support bot, for example. If you start noticing that the person's talking to you and they're really getting aggressive, it didn't start off that way. That might trigger something. It might say this person's not getting what they need, so we should go with that. And lastly, personality insight. Does it aggregate data from your Twitter feed and understand who you are, therefore can adapt its personality to talk more like you? Is it sarcastic? These are all really important decisions that have to be based on your user base. If your user base is going to be concerned about working with it, then you want to make it maybe more robotic. Step 3 is to design the conversation. This part is the most challenging possibly for designers and developers today. We're used to designing copy that is statically on a page. But in this world, now we have to design a whole conversation that is going to evolve. Because we don't really know how the users are going to interact with it. So we have to decide, is it direct? Does it go straight to the point? If it's in something like security or the medical industry, you might want it to be direct so that you're not wasting someone's time. Is it educational? Is it telling you all different things you can do, even if they're not necessarily applicable to that conversation time? And lastly, is it action-based? Does it step up and make an action for you? Step 4 is to design the user journey, which is to reveal the features gradually. Now, this is the thing that we know most about, right, as designers and developers. This is the growth we should start. And so what this is about is this is deciding if your artificial intelligence is either going to present what the user can do or do it for them. So let's take a scenario of I'm talking to Siri and I say, add a reminder to my calendar. That's me telling it I want to do it. But if I happen to mention or it sees in a text message that I told my friends I want to do lunch tomorrow, it could open up and say, hey, go get up and share calendar tomorrow. These are just two different ways to design the user experience. But then let's take it further, and that's part about revealing future strategies. A lot of times AI capabilities come jam-packed with features that you just don't know about. If you don't want to know about them, it's something you log in. You shouldn't open it and go, hey, by the way, I can do your laundry, I can wash your off or wash off, I can wash your car, I can take your dog for a walk. You want it to know the very first thing that you need it to do, and then reveal the other features slowly through the conversation. And lastly, consider the human. Provide an alternative. If you know that this is a space where people might not actually interact with technology on a daily basis, give them a second way of doing the same thing, or maybe even a question of thought or execution. So what I mean by this is, let's say healthcare. Half of the people might be in younger generation, or they might be really advanced with technology. Therefore, a bot or AI is not going to freak them out. Or they could be the grandmothers, not knowing how to use smartphones. Do you really want to put a bot in our hands? So think about the user. So in conclusion today, I tried to summarize what I think is the most important pieces to remember when looking into cognitive and artificial intelligence for humans. Add value and ease, but don't be an extra step in the process. Don't throw a bot in for a bot's sake. If a bot is the best way to accomplish the goal, fantastic. Do a killer job. But if a bot is just going to make it harder for the user to get to their end goal, scrap it. And going along with that, ensure that artificial intelligence systems work both contextually. Don't surprise the user. Don't jump out in front of them if they're not prepared. Ask for permission and tell the user what is happening. This is very important when you're taking information from one application to another. If you're storing that information for future conversations or future interactions with the bot, tell the user that you're doing that and let them opt out. Set up the appropriate expectations. Make it clear that it can think, but it doesn't have arms and it's not going to come after them. Make the conversation natural, so keep it moving. So you have to learn over time, and the conversation has to get better. So try and select user feedback on the experience, making sure the conversation is direct. If you select the direct, should you change it to the action based? Don't judge. Humans make mistakes all the time. That is the nature of being human. And if we make a mistake using technology, we often think it's harder to solve. So interacting with a bot is a new piece of technology, it's a new world. And so don't judge the user if they're not getting what they're looking for or if they're frustrated by the experience. That's when you can then provide that alternative path. Avoid open-ended questions with the options. Don't make me come in and answer the question, hey, how are you doing today? That's not going to help me get to my end goal. And recognize when things are better than by a human. So again, sensitive information, things that might be touchy, or things that might be with a user base that's not familiar with technology, don't throw technology that's advanced in front of them. Give them a user. Give them a user. And lastly, enjoy the new challenge of engaging with humans and the future. Thank you.
Yes.
Probably get louder.
Great.
So outside of these, I've never seen the customization where the user picks their own. But I imagine the marketing department is wanting to pick for someone, right? In your mind, do you think that makes sense, or do you think that users that are customized and congregated in the system?
So the question, if you didn't hear, was about do you pick the persona, or is it a good idea for the user to get involved in that? And I've actually done it the latter way, because I think it's fast and fast. It's giving the user symptoms. So again, this could be even if it's not AI. But if there's an instance where I'm interacting with a personality, let me identify or match it to me. And so I'm a certain type of person, and I know I'm very quick to the point. I don't want to get into my time. So if you give me a fluffy, fun bot, I'm going to be so annoyed and I'm going to run away. But if you give me that directly to the one, I'm going to be happy to get where I need to go. But not everybody is like me, and not everybody is So I absolutely think that's a good idea. When you're designing and building a bot, having multiple personalities and either letting the user choose or letting the technology figure out and then push that right conversation. There was a former piece of the US, which is about customization. Again, going outside of the artificial intelligence world and the plot world, customization, as long as it's not getting in the way of me completing my task, is a really valuable thing. Because again, I might want certain pieces of information to always be predictive. I might want you to always do action for me, but somebody else might want to do it themselves. And the biggest piece is permission. You absolutely have to ask for permission. Because a lot of artificial intelligence tools are actually touching things you don't realize they're touching inherently, and that is very sensitive to people. They really are concerned about who's getting their information or shares.
Hi. Persona is kind of interesting concept. Behaviors that I understand is there's an action behavior. So if you have a particular persona or style of interacting, the user tends to match that style. You have a bubbly one person that you might be bubbly back, perhaps. So there's this interaction going on there. How do you help with that in the sense that you have an interface that expects someone to start matching it, or if there's a mismatch, is it supposed to test somehow, or what's the design parameters?
That's a great question. And it's very hard to answer because I think it depends on the domain in which you're designing for. If we're talking about healthcare, we're talking about finances, we're talking about anything that's personal information is secure, you want to make it a little bit, I think, more robotic initially, and then let that thing adjust to the personality and talk with you. Don't make somebody change who they are and talk to the thing. Because again, when you're talking about healthcare finances and types of things, you're very, very nervous about what's happening in a particular environment. If it's a health bot, let's say you go on to, I'm going to pick on Delta. Never mind. If you're on like Dell.com and you're clicking around and you can't find what you're looking for, and there's a little bot that pops up at the bottom that says, hey, can I help you find what you're looking for? That's a great example of startup being brighter and ugly because it's offering help. You're not seeing yourself. So you really need to, one, go back to the user base. Who are you designing for? What domain are you designing for? And figure out what it should be for.
Other questions? Yeah.
In most bots that use an application, you'll make a request and maybe it'll click option. Say, I don't know what you're talking about. Where is the line between giving too many options or, saying that you don't know what you're talking about? Because I know it would be annoying if you don't know things every time. How do you figure out that line?
That's a great question. And I'm actually going to pull out a number because I tested that. Not saying that this is tested heavily in the industry, so you might want to use some supplement testing of your own. But when I was designing this conversation with my bot, I found 2 options plus the find more or suggest more or this isn't what I'm looking for. Is that right number? Most of the time, bots are not full page takeovers, meaning they're not the entire screen. It's either on a phone or it's a little piece of the user experience, so maybe half of the screen. And so you're talking about talking to somebody like this in your text, right? So keeping the conversation as short and simple as possible is the most important. So if you want to provide options, give them 2 with the option of description.
Other questions?
Thanks for that. That was great. I got a question for ladies and gentlemen. Do you find companies trying to build their instances or use their competitive product at a cost?
That's a really good question. I think today, A lot of people are going to vendors because there's a couple people who have emerged in the market and they only have this, so they've done it very well. At IBM, for instance, we had to use IBM Watson for the basis of our chat, and we didn't have a choice beyond that, which was fine because it was a great piece of technology. I do know some other vendors out there. The difficult thing in building your own is that you have to have a team that can teach cognitive, which is different because you're not programming. You do not program cognitive or artificial intelligence. You teach it naturally, and it learns continuously. So it takes a particular type of behavioral scientists and set of developers to really create that tool. Anybody else? Great, thanks.
All right. We are just a couple of moments ahead of schedule, so we're going to take a break now. You can attend to our meeting, last chance. If you wait long enough, we will get cookies and things coming out. There is still water. There is still water, coffee, soda, fruit in the kitchen. Feel free. We will reconvene back when we supposed to start. 3 o'clock? 3 o'clock. All right.
I got it here. Yeah. He already turned it on. I don't know. Oh, it's higher performance. Yeah. Oh, they got Jack. Oh, I have this one. I don't know. If you really want this certain company, I'll tell you where to go. Yeah, that's absurd. Or look around. Ask Brian. Maybe he tells us. Hey, Brian. Brian. Airbus. Yeah, that's what they have. Yeah. Give about Airbus.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to get started for the second half of our conference.
We have this, we have full body
Our next speaker is Jim Ross. Jim is the host of the 21st Century, researching and designing intuitive and satisfying user experiences. As a principal user experience architect here at Infratistix, he's created websites, mobile apps, intranet, web applications, software, and business applications for financial, pharmaceutical, medical, entertainment, retail, technology, and government clients. You need to speak to Jim. He has a Master's of Science degree in Human Computer Interaction from Paul University, is a frequent speaker at conferences, a prolific author. If you don't know his body of work on UX matters, you should go and check it out. And he is here speaking to us today on exploring user research myths and legends. Jim Ross.
Okay, thanks. So we're living in a fortunate time in the field of user experience. More people than ever before outside the field are getting to have heard of user experience. Maybe they don't know exactly what it is, but they've heard the term. And more and more people are beginning to realize that to design an effective user experience, you need to understand your users. And people are beginning to understand that needs to do user research. But there's still a lot of myths and legends out there about user research, what it involves, what kind of information it produces, and how you actually conduct user research. So what we're going to do today is go on a little journey to explore the myths and legends surrounding user research and try to find out if it's the truth about some of these myths. So the first one we'll look at here is that user research involves asking people what they want. Some people who are more familiar with traditional requirements gathering, such as getting a bunch of people in a conference room and asking them, what kind of features do you want, how do you want to improve this interface. They may think this. People who also are more familiar with market research techniques like surveys and focus groups may think this. So they may be more used to getting people together in a focus group and showing them some concepts and ideas and asking their opinions about those. But as you may know, if you're familiar with user research, the truth is that user research is about inferring what people need. So typically what we do is ideally you go out to where people are performing their tasks and observe them performing their tasks, have them walk you through and tell you what they're doing, ask them some questions about what they're doing, and from that information you gather general information about what they need, and you infer what they need from that. And that's because you don't ask people what they want or what they need, because people have a hard time defining what it is that they need or what they want. And when you take people out of the context of their work, you bring them into a focus group facility or a conference room, people have a hard time talking about all the details of their everyday tasks and activities with you. Because a lot of the things that we do are sort of automatic. We don't think about each of the steps that are involved. So that's why you need to go out and observe people performing your tests. People also have a hard time predicting what they would do or what they wouldn't do in the future. So you ask people, what do you think of this feature? Would you want this feature? Would you use this? So people have a hard time predicting that accurately. People also have a hard time imagining some sort of future design or some future feature just from your description. People need to actually see something and actually try it out in prototype before they give you accurate feedback. So because people have had such a hard time saying what they want, saying what they need, that just kind of led people to proclaim the second myth here, that don't listen to users. So that sounds kind of contradictory. Why would somebody in user experience say, don't listen to users? And so you see things like this article from Jacob Nielsen, and I was surprised, I remember this, but I was surprised it was way back in 2001. So why would this, usability guru say, don't listen to users? It was, a way to catch attention. If you read his article, he pretty much says what I've been saying, that people can't tell you what they need. You need to go out and observe them performing their activities. But you see this a lot, and here's another example. I could probably show 10 more examples of this if I wanted to. There's all kinds of articles out there that say, don't listen to users, don't listen to users. And if you read them, they all kind of say what I've been saying, but people sometimes misinterpret this. It's kind of a generalization. People think this, so they point to Steve Jobs. So Steve Jobs didn't listen to his customers. He was a genius designer, and he determines what people need, and he shows it to them, and then they'll like it because he knows what people need. But really, if you look at what his quote is saying here, he's kind of saying the same thing, that you can't really design from focus groups. People can never tell you that they need the iPhone or the iPad. And if you did a focus group where you showed people some concepts of the iPad and tried to describe it to them, they couldn't really accurately tell you whether they would use that or not, or whether they like something like that or not. So that makes sense. You see people talk about, the supposed quote from Henry Ford, and a lot of people said that he never really said this, so this has been attributed to him. So people point to something like this, and they say, well, you shouldn't talk to your users. But, somebody really said this to Henry Ford, that you shouldn't just dismiss all those stupid customers, they don't know what they want. But what this really, you would see this and say, okay, well, why do they want something faster? They want something faster than the horse and buggy. And you would kind of talk to them and watch them driving a horse and buggy and see what other problems they have. Some or, they don't like all the horse food they get all over the place. That's a big problem with the car scheme. So the truth is that listening to users is a very important part of user research. So this is a big overstatement, don't listen to users, because ideally, yes, you go out and observe users, but you also have to talk to them. You have to have them talking through what they're doing. Because a lot of times you don't know subject matter, you don't really know what they're doing or why they're doing what they do. By just observing, you make some assumptions, but you end up with a lot of questions. So you have to ask them to really understand what they're doing and why. So don't listen to users is a really sort of big oversimplification. I think a better saying would be ask the right questions. So the next myth out here is that user research is going to provide these amazing, stunning new revelations. amazing things that nobody's ever thought of before. It's all going to be great. These innovations are going to come right out of user research. And people maybe get this impression from salespeople who are trying to sell them user research, or maybe people like us who are evangelizing the need for user research and trying to get it involved in projects, maybe kind of overselling. The truth is that user research provides a lot of really, really useful information for designers in making design decisions. But it may provide a few interesting, amazing insights along the way, but that's really not the primary goal of it. The primary goal of user research isn't to produce a stunning, amazing presentation to valuable stakeholders in a presentation. It's really to educate the designers so the designers have this in-depth knowledge of the users and their needs when they're making design decisions. And the next myth is sometimes people see a user research presentation as clients or stakeholders in a company, and they see it and say, oh, we kind of already do that. It's just common sense. We already do that. How many people have ever had a client or somebody that says, oh, we already do that? Okay, yeah. Yeah, we've had that a lot. And the truth is that, usually people in a company, clients, stakeholders, they do know something about their users. It's rare that you have a company that knows absolutely nothing about their users. So it would be odd if they saw a research presentation and it was completely new to them. They never completed it. But the truth is that people kind of tend to overestimate what they do. So maybe they knew a little bit about this topic over here, and they knew a little bit about this, and that. And when you go out and do user research, you end up with a lot of details. And you can't obviously present all the details, so you summarize it up to a high-level summary. And when people see that high-level summary, yeah, they kind of did know some of this, and some of this, and some of that. It's easy for them to see the summary and say, yeah, I kind of already do that. But they probably never could have told you that and verbalized it as, what you presented. But the point is, besides, even if you have clients or stakeholders who say this and feel like they already do it, the person that really needs to know it are the designers, the people who are designing the application. So especially in consulting, so if you're a designer in consulting, typically when you get a project, you don't know anything really about the subject matter or the users or what their tasks are. So even if your clients already know all this information, well, that's great, but we really need to know that. We need to see that information firsthand for ourselves to really design a good product for them. So the next myth is that sometimes people think user research is going to tell you what to design. So maybe they're more familiar with traditional requirements gathering, where they get specific requirements, or maybe they're familiar with usability testing, because more people these days are familiar with usability testing than user research. So usability testing gives you specific problems and sometimes points to obvious solutions. So people didn't understand this terminology, so you need to use this terminology instead, or these fields in this form aren't necessary, so let's remove those. So sometimes people think that user research is going to tell you you should design it this way, you should have this feature. But really, often what user research provides is sort of general information about the users and their context of use that you use then to create a design. It doesn't specifically tell you you should design it this way, you should have this information, you should definitely have these features. So sometimes designers who haven't been involved in user research, if they believe this myth, then they tend to believe the next myth, that user research is going to stifle their creativity. It's going to tell them what to design. So they may think of user research as the user is telling us what to do. And so they may be kind of buying into the Steve Jobs kind of myth that, oh, Steve Jobs didn't do user research, or Apple doesn't do user research, so we should be innovative designers and come up with a design that's going to work for people. We'll tell them what they need, since users don't know what they need. But the truth is, user research just provides, as you saw before, general information, and you still have all the creativity in the world to come up with a good solution. So if you think of design as problem solving, you have a client or a business that wants to create something. And so you talk to them, you discover their needs, what they want to create, what their goals are, and then you go out and do user research and you understand the users and what they need. And so that's just all the information that you need for the problem space. And from that, then you have all the creativity in the world to come up with a solution to meet those needs. It doesn't take away creativity at all. So the next myth is that you can observe people in their natural environment. So the sort of the gold standard of user research is field studies, going out to the field and watching people do their normal activities. So go out to a public place, or go to people's homes, or go to their workplace and just sit and watch them perform their tasks and maybe ask them questions. And you can see what people naturally do as if you weren't even there. The truth is that your presence affects people's behavior. You're never going to really see completely natural behavior unless you're being out in a public place and you're just watching people what they do. People watching. But typically, you're generally going to see a much more realistic view of what people do when you go to their workplace, you go to their home, you go to where they're doing their tasks. And people are generally more comfortable in their own environment versus coming into like a focus group facility. But your presence being there, it's not exactly natural for several people to come to your house or your workplace and watch you and videotape you and ask you a bunch of questions and tell you, show me this, show me that. That's going to affect people. And, that's okay. There's ways to get around that, kind of minimize that. But you have to kind of consider that your presence is going to affect people's behavior. You're not necessarily seeing what they would do if you weren't there at that moment. And the next myth is that user research and design are separate activities performed by separate roles. So people may think, there's a user researcher who goes out and conducts the research, and then comes back a couple weeks later and gives a presentation to the project team, and the researcher, the designer attends the presentation, and then maybe reads the report and goes off and creates the design. But the truth is that user research is part of the design process. So, different companies have it organized different ways. Some companies have generalists who do both the user research and the design. Some companies have specialist researchers and specialist designers. But ideally, the person who really needs to understand the user research and really have it deep in their mind is who's ever doing the design, who's ever designing the product. Because that person has to make design decisions all along the way, and that person really needs to have an in-depth understanding of the user research. So the designer should be involved in the research, should be planning it, helping conduct it, or at least observing it, helping analyze the research. Because attending a presentation or reading a report really isn't enough. Not going to get that sort of deep knowledge in your head users. So the next myth is that user research is expensive and time-consuming. So user research is like any other project activity. It's something in a project plan, and it takes certain work weeks, and it takes a certain amount of money. And you can easily remove it from the project plan and see, we can save 3 weeks, or we can save $30,000 or $40,000 or whatever it is. It varies per project. You can see how you can remove it and save money. But you can say the same thing about user acceptance testing or quality assurance testing. Anything in a project plan you can just remove and see what you can save. But the real question is, what are the consequences and what are the costs of those consequences? And so I'd say that the cost of not understanding users is much greater. So what are the consequences if you don't do user research? Well, then you begin the design process, and you have to design based on your assumptions. And some of those assumptions might be right, you might be lucky, and some are right, but you're probably going to be wrong about certain things. So you're going to constantly have to make design decisions along the way, and you're going to think, well, how do people use this? Should I do it this way or this way? You're just going to have to guess, basically. And sometimes you're going to find out, maybe if you use literally testing, you'll find out that you made some wrong decisions, and you go back and have to make some redesign, and sometimes you won't find that out. Maybe you'll find it out in user acceptance testing, and then you have to go back and change developed code, or maybe you don't find it out after a launches and it's not very successful, you have to do a redesign. So all in all, you would end up spending a lot more money than you would if you had, cut out user research. So it's better to do the user research. This is something that people often say when they say, well, we don't have time for user research, or we can just tell you about our users. Our marketing team has done a bunch of focus groups, and they created some personas a couple of years ago. You can read those, and we have some site metrics, and we have some customer complaints that came into the support department, and we have some subject matter experts who listen to users, and they work for our company now. They can tell you what we need. And the truth is that all of that information is really useful, but it's not a substitute for going out and getting that first-hand experience with users. So all that information is great to read, and it's great to read anything that you can when you start out a project and talk with stakeholders and learn about what they know about the users. That's a great way to kind of get basic information about the subject matter and the users, how to plan user research. But typically that information is missing something, or it's not very complete, it's not very in-depth. Some of it might be out of date or wrong. And plus, just simply reading something is not the same as going out and experiencing it yourself. You're not getting that same depth of understanding, if you will, when you do user research. So another excuse sometimes people give when they don't want to do user research is, we're going to do some usability testing. So we're going to throw together a design really quickly, and then we're going to get a prototype together, we're going to get it out there and test it, and then we're going to go back, make some changes, and test it again, and maybe do another round of usability testing. So that kind of iterative design and usability testing is great, but you're still missing the upfront user research. So you're still having to begin the design process before you do any testing with just sort of assumptions. Designing different assumptions, going down wrong paths, making wrong decisions, discovering that in usability testing, going back to more design. And also the truth is that usability testing provides different information than user research. So usability testing is very focused on, how usable is this design for these tasks that I'm testing. And that's really great. It's a great way to evaluate the design. But it doesn't really tell you anything about who these people are, really. It doesn't give you much information about their characteristics or knowledge. It doesn't tell you about the tasks that they actually perform themselves, and what tools they use, and information they use. It doesn't tell you much about their environments. So it's very useful, but you need to also do the user research up front, and then also the usability testing. The next myth is that you can't research something that doesn't exist. So it's easy to see that, if you have people who are using a current product, or maybe they're doing a current process that you're going to build an application for, it's easy to see how you can do research with them. But what about when it's some sort of future products, and these customers don't really necessarily exist yet? So I was once working on scoping a project for banking clients who was thinking about doing some research to understand designing some new banking products and services. And a coworker said, well, you can't conduct user research on something that doesn't yet exist. And he was wrong, because these future users do exist, and you can study them. So they're not, future customers are not going to suddenly materialize from thin air as soon as you launch your product. There are people that are out there right now, and they're doing something else. So in this example, this banking situation, you can identify who these people are, and go out and see what kind of banking are they doing now. How are they managing their finances now? And what kind of things work well about what they're doing now? What kind of problems do they have? What kind of needs do they have that are not being met? What kind of weird workarounds do they have and frustrations? And it's great information to tell you how to design a new product. So there's the old saying, necessity is the mother of invention, and that's what we're saying that people invent things to solve their own problems and their needs. And so you could always invent something to solve your own problems, and maybe if you're lucky that work for other people, but if you really want to invent something new that works for a lot of people, you have to go out and study those people and see what their needs are that are not being met, see what problems they have, and that's what you're looking to create to solve those needs. So the last one is that some user research is better than none. So we can't always do the ideal user research process that we like. You can't spend all the time in the world and all the money that you want and include all the participants you want. It's rare that it's the perfect sort of process. So it's understandable that sometimes you have to take shortcuts. So for example, let's say, you know, we don't have time for user research, but we can talk to 2 or 3 users. That's better than nothing, right? Well, sometimes, yes, that's better than nothing. Or, you know, we can't go out and talk to these people in person, so let's do some phone interviews. Well, yeah, that's sort of better than nothing. Or, we can't really reach the actual users, so let's talk to accountants in our own company. And they're kind of like the users, so maybe. I think that's okay. But the problem is when you always begin to take those shortcuts, and when you're working for a company or you have clients that always want to take these shortcuts and never has time for user research, you're suddenly becoming an enabler to allow them to do that, kind of enabling them to conduct half-assed user research. So sometimes the truth is sometimes it's better not to do any user research than to enable half-assed user research. So, you know, sometimes you have to practice tough love and say, you know, we can't get away with this all the time, so let's just not hit ourselves and, you know, let ourselves check off the checkbox so we feel good about ourselves and say, yeah, we did the research, check off that box, just do those phone interviews you always do. So it's better sometimes to just, you know, let people see what it comes out of when you don't do user research. So in conclusion, we've done this journey, we've gone around and seen a lot of these myths and legends, you've heard about the truth. And so I'd like to encourage you to kind of go out there and try to spread the truth and get user research involved in more projects more often. So thank you very much.
Question for Jim. Somebody must have a half-assed question.
So what's been your metrics for user research? What does it look
Yeah, there's a lot of different things you can do. So most of what I was talking about here was going out and doing observation and interviews with people. So going out to where people are, doing contextual inquiries. So that's basically where you go out and you observe people performing their tasks. And you have them walk you through their tasks. And then you ask questions about what they're doing and you let them kind of tell you what they're doing. So that's kind of ideal when you're, maybe you're researching people who, for example, maybe people who are in the market to buy a new car, they're at home and they show you their process they go to and researching what kind of decisions they're making, what kind of car they want, or maybe you're a work type application where you're watching a certain type of employee process expense reports or how they create monthly month-end financial reports, and you can watch them go through the whole process and just let them kind of lead and kind of let them walk through their process and tell you a little bit about what they're doing, and you ask questions as needed as you're going through. And then there's all kinds of other methods out there. And usability testing, as you said, is good also later in the process of sample design. Yeah, it kind of depends what they're doing. You kind of let them walk through, and you ask questions as you need to. Is that kind of what you're asking? Yeah, it kind of depends on what they're doing. So like I was talking about call center workers taking calls from customers, some people who are doing something like that. Sometimes you need to just watch them to the call, you might talk to them in between calls and see what they're doing. But sometimes the tasks people can walk you through and tell you what they're doing as you're going through. And then other types of things, you might want to just do some pure observation where you're just kind of sitting in the corner and watching what these people do over a day, and then ask them questions. Interview them at the end of the day to answer your questions. That way you can see more than what they do in their activities.
Hi. I do good time research internally at companies, so I do work on enterprise applications, and usually in these projects, the stakeholders are also a subset of the and so in that situation, kind of for the it could be even harder to get that access to other users because you know, they say, I am a user, you already know that about the user. Who's ever had that situation on fire, but you know, getting
Yeah, when I started out, I was at a bank, so I was working in an internal group, working on internal applications for internal clients and things like that. And so something like that where the stakeholders are also users, yeah, it is good to talk to stakeholders. So they're probably telling you what they're saying, well, we can tell you because we're the users, we can tell you about it. So maybe you just want to do interviews with them, and if there's other users who aren't in meetings, and they're also, maybe they're not in projects, maybe they're their coworkers, so you could ask, you know, watch them walk through the process. Or even those stakeholders, you could, instead of just interviewing them at a conference, you could ask them, oh, let's go to your desk and have you walk through the tasks and show me step by step, because even though they're expert users and they actually are the users, it's legitimate, but it would be hard for them to tell you, you know, each step as they go through and convey that. It'd be easier for them to tell you about that and actually perform the tasks. So you could ask them to do that. But I think also one of the good things about when you're doing work inside a company like that is the users are your coworkers and they're already being paid, and so you can easily go, a lot of times you can easily go ask for their time to go. You have much easier access to them than if they're like external customers. So it's easy to kind of try to get some time with them, have them walk through that. The follow-up question to that. Sometimes we need ROI. We need to go out and talk to users. Do you have any insight into ROI and say to get payback for investing the time to the users? Yeah, for ROI, there's a lot of like information out there. A couple of years ago, I wrote a white paper for logistics about ROI and user experience. That's out on our website. But yeah, there's a lot of studies you can point to and examples you can point to where companies did a full user experience design process, including user research, and they've shown increases in sales and a decrease in support costs or training costs, and there's all kinds of stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, it's always hard to prove for a specific project you're working on because there's all kinds of different factors, and it's much easier to see, oh, if we remove this from the project plan, we save all this time and money. But you have to, if you really want to say, okay, this project we're working on, then you have to kind of do an experiment where you do a project with it, and then you try to measure the ROI afterwards. And by the time you're done with the project, people don't want to go back and measure that. And, so it's hard sometimes to apply ROI to a specific project that you're working on in your company. But there's a lot of sort of external examples out there, articles about it, things that you can show.
I want to challenge the finalness that you shared on whether some research has been done, because I understand your point, but I've used that notion of just enough research as kind of a meta research approach, where just enough validates the need for research, and now we have the opportunity to do it properly. So I work at a product development company. We work in an agile environment. And we started by using some customer proxies, people who are in customer support or sales engineering, and now, because of their input and what they've been able to provide to us, nothing goes into production until it's validated research. So I was wondering what your thoughts were on the flip side of it only being a library.
Now you go into that? Yeah. I'm holding my phone away.
Jim was talking about research with small numbers of people, and maybe it's not worth together. If you want to maybe also include the idea of a good versus a bad representative sample. Yeah. If I only had 3 people, and they turned out to be not representative of anybody, now I'm using my product, who knows?
Yeah, I think, well, it's just, sometimes user, I qualify that. Sometimes no user research is better than enabling user research. It sounds like, and I said, sometimes, you have to make these shortcuts and things, and eventually, it sounds like you guys did these shortcuts, but then you got them into a place where they're including better user research and things like that. So I think it's, what I meant by enabling is when you, in the situation where they're always just relying on those things, and they never make that change, it's a good piece of research, like you said. So I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because I mean, in the realistic world, you can't always like, we're going to do like best user research. Here's all the money and time you want, go do it. Come back when you're ready. So that never happens. But I think, that makes sense. Sometimes you do have to kind of build into it with what you can, and sometimes 2 or 3 users is good, but sometimes it's like, let's just talk to our friends and family or people in our company, and they don't really represent the users, and it's not very useful, and it doesn't give you good information. So, but yeah, I definitely believe that it makes sense building up. I just said, you don't always want to let them sort of rely on that. Never gets to the point that you guys have to, so that's something good.
Any other questions? One more.
So I have a follow-up comment. There are other constraints that some organizations are doing user research. We're in an enterprise space, and we don't always have access and actual users because what we're doing is very proprietary. And I'm just standing over their shoulders, they don't want you to know their business secrets. And with some of the product that is already superior in the market, so it's not like they have a choice to go somewhere else. They're going to use our product, and we're trying to figure out how to improve it. We can't get feedback from the users, and so after that pain, and we're shifting. So do you have any comments on how to handle those situations?
Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, because I've worked on projects where, financial clients and, sometimes they let us in, but they wouldn't let us record anything, and they were very sensitive about that. So, yeah, that's always tough. Possibly getting them to come to your, maybe it's with the sense of having them go to their place and having them come to your place and maybe work on sort of show you what they do on maybe a sort of a sample system that you have. So they kind of go through their tasks that way, and so you're not getting their actual data, but maybe it's just some sort of sample kind of data that you have. It's hard to say based on what I don't know exactly about your situation, but yeah, that's tough when you can't get in there. But maybe, if you kind of convince them that, a lot of times in these types of enterprise products and things like this, they can see that, by helping you improve it, you're going to help them with their issues and their problems. People are, really willing and they want to help. They want to get their things solved. And it's not costing them any money. Well, I guess it's like taking away their employees' time, but it's really valuable to them.
It's a cutting process.
Yeah.
Process. So we better expose that more than
yeah. I don't know, yeah, sometimes there's situations like that, it's just tough to do the right thing.
Other questions? Nope. All right, thank you, Jim. All right, our next speaker is George Ambrose. George enjoys working in unfamiliar design domains, asking questions, being curious, rapid prototyping, and experimenting. He is currently a product design manager for our own product Indigo Studio here at Introgistics. It is our prototyping tool that we all use, and working on interaction design and product management. George Abraham.
Down is next, right?
Down is next.
Okay. So as Kevin mentioned, I am the product manager for Video Studio, internal Studio, for prototyping, design review, and remote and monitoring testing, which is why prototyping is kind of near and dear to my heart. And the topic I chose was some of the challenges which I ran into as I was prototyping, especially in domains where there's dynamic data. And I still want to do my scope and literacy, right? And that's something which I don't want to lose because that lets me be fast. So that's why I chose this topic. And I call it designing beautiful themes for effective prototyping. So let me get some basics out of the way. I don't have a very fancy definition for effective prototyping. As long as that involves two things. One is designing the experience you are proposing. And second, you're validating with users. If your prototyping process does not have these two pieces, it's not really a prototyping process. So the trick, however, is to do it as quickly as possible. Because the quicker you can do this, the quicker you can gain feedback, the more confident you can be, and you're reducing risk later in the process. Everybody knows this. But I don't know if your process is mature enough to design today and validate tomorrow. I think Brian mentioned something like that when he was talking. If it's really taking you more than a day to get that idea across, something is up, right? And that's why I like design as an activity where people talk about design as pictures and things you can see, but design is really about trade-offs. And that's what you're doing day in, day out. The moment you put a pixel on page, you have actually reduced the degrees of freedom. The next decision is anchored by the first decision made, right? So you need to be able to do that as quickly as possible. Validating with users, of course, people need some tooling to do that, or they have access to users, all the questions we had. And it follows through on what Jim was talking about. I'm not saying that you don't need to do user research, because that's where I'm getting the what. Here, I'm just talking about how, right? And the idea I'm going to propose is how do I let you reduce design parameters. So prototypes to me are really straight artifacts. And if you look at people's definitions of what prototypes should do, they say that depending on the audience, the prototype needs to have certain things. And I kind of broke down my audience into three groups. And these are the groups I usually work with. I have the business group, where I say, hey, Gordon, you need this feature, you're going to sell tons of product, you need to have it, okay, that's the focus. I have my team with whom I have to collaborate day in and day out. I need to be able to communicate with them what I have in my head, so that they can actually look at it and say, George, that's too complicated. That's what it's way too long. I have a short solution for it. And I want to be able to encourage that conversation. The most important pipeline is the validate pipeline. The reason I presented these three is that this is actually the first one, the paralysis. The paralysis happens is that, okay, what kind of prototype am I going to make? Which one am I going to do first? And my solution is I always design with the validation in mind. Because my theory, which is to prove it, is what works for the user also works for my design team and for my business stakeholders. I really work on business stakeholder meetings where I go into a plan to present, and presenting it as if the user is going to experience the prototype is an amazing way of keeping the whole presentation on time and with very few distractions. So that's the key idea. Design a prototype for validation and use that across the other groups. Now, this gets talked around a lot, and we feel very good about ourselves when we say designing a seamless experience. This is a little bit of a BS, because it's not that it's a seamless design, it's the experience feels seamless. It's a perception thing, right? The user, when they actually interact with the prototype,
It's an immersive thing which happens, and it happens in the mind of the user that sees. I didn't design it. Because in reality, design is full of scenes. Right? It's all scenes. And if you're an interaction designer, this is all your interaction designers, you are in the business of creating scenes. Right? And these scenes should be in the shape of content, which guides people like what next to do. It could be an invisible thing that you don't control. It happens in the mind of the user. They read it, they comprehend it, they understand it, then they know what to do next. And of course, we have obvious buttons. We have progress, which should tell you the state of the application, and of course, we have confirmation. And I think we talked about it earlier in micro-interactions. And I think, as Tapper, he's a mature professional. He knows what he's talking about. But people who read the book, they just got lost in just one thing. They create the most beautiful progress indicator. They create the most beautiful slide transition. They just get lost in the details. So that's the flip side of the book Micro-Interaction. It just elevated content which always existed. It gave so much importance. But if you look at all the tooling out there, it's really about living between two states of the UI. That's it. There's the whole user goal, user task, and why are you creating the prototype? That stuff is not even being discussed. So as prototyping, when we are prototyping, we have another trade-off to happen. And that's my major challenge. One, I want to provide a personalized experience for people that are using these prototypes. Right? Because when I give a personalized experience, I can actually tap into this whole notion that spending is to be. Right? Everybody talks about it. However, that conversation always goes in the direction of high quality visual, superb typography, lovely images, iconography, color, branding, because users need to feel that it's real. That's not really true. Because for users to feel like this is a real app, I need them to immerse them in what they're doing. And the best way to immerse them, especially if it's a goal. If they have a goal in mind and asking them to do something which is meaningful to them, then I will still get feedback which is not just about color and typography, because they're so busy doing the task. That's the best part. The second part is that we can't design each and every other user, because we still want to aggregate the behavior pattern, right? Because we want to design a set of things which is common. Otherwise, everything is unique. So I want to be able to trade off a personalized experience, at the same time be able to see after 5 or 6 people do something, whether the pattern emerges, which kind of either proves the hypothesis, or makes me feel like I need to rethink. Yeah, map. What is this considered? So I was trying to look for a picture which showed like a network where every decision leads to another 2 decisions, and those 2 decisions lead to another 2 decisions. And when you're prototyping, and as you're putting UI elements on the page, you can one button, you can 2 buttons, you're like, okay, which one should I design? Should I add an interaction to this one, or this one, and then I add another button? It's like, whack-a-mole, right? The moment I add something, I need to do something with it? No. The problem with the tooling which we have today, it makes it really easy for you to create new things. Oh, our interaction, no problem. Right click, add hover, done. So I kind of looked at this map metaphor because the following slide kind of touches on it. I just looked at this as that imagine I'm designing this roadmap, and every little intersection is like something which is a decision point in your prototype. If I'm sitting and designing each and every intersection point, my prototype will never be done. Right? And I'm under stress because my developers are hungry. They're saying, George, where is the prototype? Users have been scheduled, what are they going to do? Because I have nothing to show them. Because I all have this lovely network diagram of crisscross interactions and the most complex prototype ever available, and I have to maintain it too. It's very complete chaos.
So I look at inspiration in something like this, which I've always been fascinated with, is this old movie set, right? And here, the zoo is walking around on this path, but everything behind it is fake, right? Where the camera sees is what's real. And as prototypers, you have the unique opportunity to become this up, right? So, kind of. You're the director, right? And they do these things because they have a story which they're actually trying to show. So what's our story? As prototypers, what do we start with? Going back to the map metaphor, right? Instead of thinking about it as all the possible roads and directions, what if it's just like a train map? There's some critical paths, right? Which leads from one end to another end, and those are the ways in which I'm designing the app. So what that means is, if I'm a passenger in this train, on this train, and I look out of a window, it's real. Anything beyond the horizon is fake, and that's okay. And that's the kind of prototype I want people to be able to create. So, Agile became really big, user stories became really big. I don't have one definition for what's a good user story, but the fact that you have some user stories planned out as being critical and important, that's a good thing. Because you can write it up as a business associate, and imagine I'm doing a personal finance app. As a business associate, I want to set limits for business expenses so that I'm aware how much it's safe to spend this month. It's a very clean, maybe feature-rich kind of story, but it's something meaningful for users to do. So my question, if you raise your hand, is this enough for me to start prototyping? I will find it. There's no penalty. Okay, so the majority think this is not enough. Anybody wants to make a suggestion why?
Well, this case is not enough.
Excellent.
Well, when you're prototyping, fidelities are important. What fidelity prototype you what fidelity? Anybody that this is very important? This video
Excellent. You brought the audience back. So, you mentioned that you don't know yet because there are other stories you need to consider which would affect how this app UI or fix you need to decide to do. And this gentleman mentioned that it depends on the fidelity you need. For me, the policy has always been, it's like Bill Buxton's line. I love it. It's always high fidelity experience using the cheapest means possible. So the idea is not whether visuals are correct or it's beautiful. It's really about, does it have all the information which the user needs to see and comprehend in order to take action. And I can do anything in pure grayscale and still get the same effect. Right? So the fidelity argument is not, we shouldn't be burdened by the idea. Okay. So to me, prototype is still a medium for simulating experience, for triggering that experience. For me, it doesn't matter, right? That I'm not even, okay, you said it's not the fidelity of the prototype. So you said fidelity of the prototype. For me, it's always fidelity of the experience. So if I can get somebody to use the prototype accurately and go through the user story correctly, that's the best experience they can have. Perceptual, yeah, because it's the perception of the user, right? It's about how the person. So for me, this is not enough, only because, as I said, when I started the presentation, I sometimes work with a lot of dynamic data. What that means is, for example, AWS Studio, right? It's a busy week kind of prototype environment.
content there. Content is what the user creates. Now, how do I design for that? How do I design for something to fit PowerPoint? Right? How do you design PowerPoint? You need to have some ways to fit it, right? And that's why I'm going to bring something which everybody knows how to do, usability testing. However, usability testing is always thought about as the next stage. Right? You have your prototype, and now you're going to do usability testing. What if I flip it? What if I do the usability task first? And the way I write the usability task is interesting. And as you write the usability task yourself, you'll realize that you're telling people to do certain specific things. And you're very compact. And here, by saying change the budget for coffee to $65, I'm using that as a target for my previous user story. The previous user story looks good on the Azure backlog. It's good for planning. It's good for prioritizing. But when I'm prototyping, I have now removed a bunch of choices I need to prototype. At the same time, I'm ready for the test the moment I'm done prototyping. Now that's critical. And this kind of saving time is what helps you do design and validation here. So by saying, like, yeah, this is artificial. Like, why only copy? Because there's so many other options there. How do I, should I create interactions for each of those things? And then furthermore, if I go
So I think I like that vision of doing a task so that you have to narrow down to what you're testing. You run the risk in a sense because you're getting specific, and that may make people pause, thinking of the wrong thing. They get hung up, oh, why coffee? And I never use coffee, I never drink coffee, or whatever. Don't never track coffee, so then it kind of goes up. That's your scenario.
Yeah, I completely agree. And that's why I said the first time, if I have a trade-off to make. The trade-off was having personalized experiences and still being able to aggregate feedback. Right? So yeah, the person might say not coffee, but they will be that pissed about it. Yes, there are certain domains where those kind of contexts would matter, but that's where this issue is also coming in. Even after you find out, it's still better to design a task-based approach first, instead of thinking about usability testing as something which you do later in that process. Because this is just one task. As Lily mentioned earlier, my prototype might have so many other tasks to do. I'm not going to sit the whole day sitting in prototype or the whole week. Right? I want to be able to get something in front of the users as quickly as possible. And that kind of goes back to this, I saw this representation, and Ryan Singer from Basecamp wrote about this noise block. Even before you start drawing the UI, say that you've defined that specific task. Why don't you just map out the flow in a textual format? And basically the textual format reads like, you know what prototype, right? So you just ask yourself the question, what will the user see first? What will they do? And the next one, what will they see next? What will they do? And as you're doing this, essentially what you're doing, you're also identifying the themes in that particular flow, and you can do multiple flows simultaneously. And that kind of flips, instead of thinking about idea first, you're kind of thinking flow first, and it goes back to that notion of that chain map where these things will intersect. You can start identifying, okay, whenever I come to this particular state, it's shared. And it's shared not only in the visuals, it might be shared in the whole structure of it, but the content might be different for different users. It allows you to think about those intersections and themes even before you start prototyping. So this is the same example for that budget app. Even before I actually create the prototype, I'm basically saying, what do the user see first? Is this the budget items? They would select copy. So I can make this generic, select whatever, right? I can select shopping, select travel. But for my prototype, they say copy. And that's a trade-off I have to make. And that's exactly what it is. Design is always about that trade-off. You look for what you lose, you gain something, and in the net, you want to read the positive. Right? That's the only way we want to avoid this design parameters. And based on this flow, I can kind of go ahead and just map out that flow very quickly for that stuff. And this kind of brings me back into one of the topics of design systems. Sometimes I don't even have anything to extract the design system from. I'm just getting started. Now, is there some level of rigor I can apply early on so that I don't have to waste time and have still be consistent? Yes, there are some simple decisions you can make. Basically, forget color, aim for contrast. That goes back to the earlier point about, it being visual and you're not relying entirely on color. Those are your decisions. So you just prototype in grayscale. It's very flexible, and most people think it looks ugly, but it will be fine. Typography, don't worry, pick one font. First, learn to use one typeface properly before you worry about type combinations. One typeface can have eight different styles in it. Just figure it out, master that before you worry about the font. So once I do this kind of a flow, pretty much the moment I'm done with this flow, I'm actually ready for test. And that kind of flexibility, it's scalable. What that means is, imagine it's not a finance app, it's like a BI tool, right? What a BI tool does, it basically lets you, like this task is create a column chart that shows the number of movies released each year. I have to be a little bit more concrete about it because, trust me, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of options in here. It's just not possible to sit and prototype everything. However, I still want to get the learning as quickly as possible. And that's the usability angle is also coming in, because we still want to understand that given a very clear task, you still want to write the task as if you're writing a usability study. That means you're not leading the user, right? It has all the information you need. And you have to make a trade-off between does this information have to come from the user or can I just give it to this person? I see so many prototypes that get hung up on creating the sign-up page. When I talk to developers, they ask, okay, what about the error conditions? What about this? That's not the app. App is not about sign-up. The app is about actually creating the feedback score. So we can worry about that later, right? So being very specific about certain things still gives me a wealth of information in terms of the structure, the idea, the usability, the themes. Each and every theme I have designed in this makes it very crystal clear whether we need to move ahead with it. And being able to do this quickly is critical. And it's critical because if it's going to take me too much time, then of course I'm not going to change it. If it's going to get this big monolithic prototype with so many interactions, this process is unmaintainable. Doesn't matter what tool you use. Right? So by keeping these kind of linear flows and also understanding what are the other flows which go along with it, I'm able to plan the IA as I'm doing this prototype. And this is the whole idea of what I talked about design paralysis. I want you to be able to get out with one prototype, the most complex environment you can think of, as quickly as possible. So in summary, I want to reiterate that prototyping is really about design and validation. If there's validation not happening, we're not doing prototyping. Don't be ashamed. Interaction design is in the business of creating scenes. And you are creating the most beautiful scenes you've ever seen. Stories of use set the context for those scenes. Right? Because you can't just talk about scenes in vacuum. It doesn't make any sense. It's like talking about, I'm going to design the coolest micro interaction possible. That doesn't make sense without a larger story around it. Prototypes that are good for usability testing is also good for design review and scene review. Because you have a very clear script, there's no distraction there. Right? But hey, pause. I'm going to show you the 5 things this app is going to do as of P1. Right? Because there's also a scaled approach to developing products. When I did the video studio for 4 years, we had to build it slowly. There's a set of stories I can do, and then everything can deliver. Stories are the ones which help participants adequately suspend disbelief. And I'm using the word adequately again as a trade-off. Right? It's not about, I want you to completely get this mistake. Oh, it's okay. Sometimes I need you to know this mistake. Because if you think on that stuff, you're not going to do it. Right? So sometimes it's okay to sometimes walk a person through a prototype which is not related to the task, so that they get a sense of, okay, I get it. This is the prototype. Right? And then transform the user story to a usability task to speed up the prototyping. Because you're trying to reduce the number of choices you have to make as you're designing. Because trust me, design looks great when I'm commenting on it, but when I actually have to do it, create those UIs, there's a ton of decisions I need to make. And I would rather focus on the right themes in order to give the feeling of a seamless experience than worry about colors or anything on top. So that's pretty much it. Questions?
Actually, I'd like to hold George's questions until afterwards, since we already had a couple. Yeah, I want to keep us a bit on track. But thank you very much. George, Evans. All right, our next speaker is Jack Cole. As a designer, Jack has seen the good, bad, and ugly of the modern design field, starting from its near infancy to the increasingly integrated facets of business and life that experienced design inhabits today. After working for several years within in-house design teams, he now works as a creative design director for Motivate Design, where he helps drive those same companies to shift the way they think and operate to better service their customers and employees alike. On the weekends, Jack is busy leading other teams to success, his daughter's soccer and softball teams. Jack Cole.
Thanks everybody for your time. I just want to start with just a round of applause to the speakers that we have here so far. I think great stuff. There's some pluses and minuses to coming on at 4 o'clock. One is that I'm very stiff, so I'm going to walk around a little bit. Number two, the plus, I think, is that I got a chance to hear everybody's talk, or a lot of people's talk. So I wrote down a couple things because I was getting pretty excited, and then I got a little bit scared. I was wondering if I was going to be repeating some things. But there's some really good quotes that I wanted to just kind of go through before I even get started here. Kevin, great job, academic, you're a pro at this. I was super impressed. Tracy, designers in the details. I was laughing because as you're talking about this, I remember going to a job interview and talking about the designer, this was our details, and my fly was down. So that was just a good reminder for me. Brian, I almost wanted to, I don't know where he's at. Oh, there you are. I was just calling you out. I almost wanted to get up and hug you. Just coming from the developer background, the fact that you said slow down and take time to communicate, just beautiful. So thank you. Rebecca, first you said you're a bit of a geek. I don't know where she is, but she can't leave. All right, well, I'll just say, if she's a geek, I'm definitely a spaz. I get really kind of excited about this stuff. I love it. She talked about the average consumer is not ready yet for AI technology. I'll touch on that in a minute. And the UX is moving away from pixels for sure. I definitely see that coming. Jim, first and foremost, cool presentation deck. I wonder if you did those illustrations. The research involves asking people what they want. It's just, we at Motivate Design really focus on that solid understanding. So definitely understand where you're coming from on that bit. And then George, awesome use of the pointer technology. That was pretty cool. But also, interaction design is in the business of making scenes. As somebody has made those scenes, I definitely appreciated it. So, anyway, I just wanted to touch on that just because I thought it was really cool. So customer service and tech, meeting customers where they are. All right, Kevin, I'm going to try to see if I can answer this.
Down.
Down? Yep. It's not one.
Maybe your PDF.
There we go. So about me. I've constantly talked about Philadelphia, so I was excited when George had pictures and maps of Philadelphia. So I'm a Philly kid. Go Phillies, Sixers, Eagles. Josh, I'm looking at you. Giants fan over there. I'm a redhead, as you can tell. I grew up getting made fun of all the time. Some nicknames, feel free to come and talk to me about. Hallie Judy, Carrot Top, Christian Cunningham, all answer to those nicknames. And then Beaver College. Speaks for itself. No longer Beaver College or Payne University, but I really loved it there. Really small classrooms. I was just talking to a lady that goes to Drexel. Again, just a really intensive design thinking before that was even a word. So my path, I fell in love with graphic design. I kind of wanted to design my favorite sports team logos. Got a chance to do an internship with Comcast Spectacor, designing, doing basically flyers for the sports teams there. Then you fell into web design, and then interaction design, and user experience design. And really, when I think about it, while I love all of the above there, I just love the idea of the experience, so the holistic experience. So no matter what we're doing, thinking about all the touch points that go into that. So when I think about customer service, that's what I'm thinking about. So about motivated design, this is our founder and CEO, Mona Patel. Great lady, enjoy working with her. I had worked with her previous job with BlackRock. She's a vendor of ours. I'm stayed in contact with her, and really happy to be a part of a great team there. We talked about people and experiences first. And culture and experiences matter. That's something that we really try to abide by and focus on. When we do different tools and technologies, really just kind of challenging the status quo, asking the idea of what is. So Mona wrote a book a couple of years ago called Reframe, which really just kind of follows the tools and tactics that we apply. What we believe in, we all drive. Everybody's empowered. I've heard this theme a little bit earlier today, and I'll touch on it too. Everybody in our organization has creative capabilities and creative thinking tools. So whether that's myself, I have some team members here that came from the bar of Brooklyn to represent. But the idea is that good ideas come from things that you continue to work at. It's like a muscle. So that's what we really try to focus on. Getting shit done speaks for itself. We really try to focus in on that, make sure that we're doing the best work we can at all times. Being a good human, the idea of empathy, it kind of starts from there. So before you do any kind of prototype, you really want to understand who your customers are, who your users are. And then finally, quality is everything. And going back to designing the details, I just assume if you say if you're a designer that you're focused on the details. So when you don't, then I get upset. You don't want to see me upset. So what do we do? There's a couple things we do. First and foremost, we try to discover something new, and then we also try to validate something important. Those things, as George mentioned, come in at various times. There's different focal points for that. I think you mentioned as well. And then once we have that kind of that good, solid understanding, we try to understand those customer needs and then design with insight. And personally, again, as somebody who's worked in internal teams and has been asked to do everything from the dashboard to a user interface for an app, coming in blind is a scary thing and not a smart thing. And again, going back to design school, I remember a classmate being tasked with a project, the design logo, I don't even remember what it was, and he just sat there with a flat piece of paper in his hand, and that's it. No stimuli or nothing, he was just staring at it. So I kind of think about that every time I'm asked to design something without any kind of backstory, understanding, discovery work, something, some sort, so that we can really work from something that is actually real. How we do it? Everybody has their kind of process. This is ours. We discover, define, validate, deliver. Again, I think it speaks for itself, but it's really important, and we really try to abide by that. We have a varied array of clients that come to us. Some are in different parts of their journey. Some already have the discovery research. Great. So if you do, then we're going to work with you to help define that strategy or do the design. If you already have that, then we'll help you do the validation, user testing. And then we'll take you to the end goal by making sure that everything is documented and well captured. Again, going back to the earlier discussion around the development tools and resources that you have there. So why experience map? Experience map take place across a multitude of touch points, both internally and externally. So again, this is a holistic thing. You can't design an app and then not think about the other parts of this, the customer services, or human resources, or sales, products, etc. All these things kind of go into what is your company, your brand, your product, your service, whatever it may be. So origin story. So just kind of transitioning here, but when I was first kind of asked to do this, Kevin and our CEO Mona, I was kind of thinking like, what the hell am I going to talk about? I see the making tech personal. We had a week with a client where we were kind of talking about the next steps on some of this stuff, and there were a couple of things that really just made me think, we really have to make sure that we're understanding our customers. That's the biggest thing. I kind of respond a little bit positively, and then felt a little bad too from what Jim was talking about kind of the fact the myth of or a little bit of research is enough, that type of thing. We tried that tactic, and it didn't quite work with this client. So I didn't necessarily feel I wasn't mad at him. I love working with all of our clients, but it just made me think about making sure that we're constantly thinking about the holistic journey here. So I'm going to tell a couple stories. This first story is with a cable media partner that we're working with. And there was a statement that was made that said, the technology we have will fix our problem. So just, again, love working with these people. The context was related to a customer service effort and the deployment of artificial intelligence and chatbots, which I'm all for. I think it will be great for them, particularly trying to kind of, again, meet customers where they are. So when the customer, or when the client, when the partner was saying this, I think this is what they had in mind. Thinking that we have the technology, we can use it, we can put this out there and it'll solve all our problems. In my mind, this is what I was thinking. Only because we didn't have any kind of backstory, we didn't have a plan, we didn't have a strategy, and it would seem like it was a kind of a rogue attempt to just kind of get this in there to check it off the boxes, I think somebody said earlier, and then move on. And again, not necessarily shooting down the idea or the approach or bot technology at all. It's all good, but I think it has to be applied in the right ways. So we saw my football dad earlier. He's a carpenter. I reference him a lot because he always used to say these kind of things to me. And no, it's not measured twice, not once. It's the right tool for the job. And that's where I think trying to make sure that we're deploying the right tools, the right solutions to our customers at the right time is what is really important there. So opportunities. What I'm trying to kind of see here is that yes, and we talked about that a little bit in our company about the idea of improvisation. So our client is talking about the idea of this technology deployment is terrific. Yes, and we should really kind of understand which customers should use this. This particular cable media company has a footprint in the Midwest, as well as in very other kind of rural areas. Is that the best solution for them? I don't know. So I would really love to kind of go through our process, and a lot of people here, our process is trying to do that. And where I think that there could be opportunities would be through evaluating the current and future trends. Where is bot technology going? So talking to Rebecca, doing the research that she's done would be a good start. Exploring the customer needs and motivation and access to this stuff. Once again, just because you've invested in how to get a box, it doesn't necessarily mean that you can just pull a Ronco and set it and forget it. This is something that you really want to make sure that you're hitting them at the right point. From the define side of things, strategize where where the tech can anticipate the solution. Once again, it's really kind of thinking smart about this. You're designing systems and interaction touch points. Again, I think George was talking about systems. Making sure that all those different wavy lines that I was showing in the previous slide, that we're making sure that all of those external and internal systems are all kind of fully integrated. Where you can't do it all at once, because I think that was mentioned as well. Yes, one of our former managers used to say, "Change the wheels of the moving bus." And I hated it when he said it, but it was kind of true. You can't do it all at once. Time and expense. So let's really be smart about how we're going to deploy this in the right places so we can really show maximum value and then push it to the next step. And then, of course, validation. Confirm the concepts, that they reduce the friction, builds trust with those users. Again, Rebecca talked about that from the AI side of things. And then align this feedback with feasible solutions. So again, making sure that we're trying to kind of build towards the greater goal. So story number 2, pharma partner. The rebrand / visual design should clean everything up. So this is a pretty cool project that we've been working on for about 3 years in the mental health space. It's digital medicine, where patients would ingest the medication, but there would be a sensor inside. So we ingested, we would speak to a patch on your ribcage, and then talk to your phone, and then tell your doctor that you've taken your medicine. Pretty cool stuff. So that made me shudder when I heard that. So when the client was thinking about that, I think she had this in mind. That it's really going to be sleek. It's going to be able to have the patient go through this onboarding process. It's going to be a piece of paper. They're going to be excited. Keep going. Mind you, again, we're talking about mental patients. This is how I saw it playing out. So, I just really thought it was going to be a mess, a hot mess, and just like those guys. Nick, in King Compass, was probably the first presentation deck that these guys have been ever on. Again, it just really was scary to kind of think about, going back to Tracy's talk about the right type of content strategy, making it clear and simple, consistent. Those things are important. So to just assume that a series of colored buttons are going to fix that is a scary thing. So just like those guys. So in terms of the opportunities, again, speaking their language, really understanding the myriad of different diagnoses that we're talking about here. This is a product that is geared towards everyone from mental depressive disorder to bipolar disorder to schizophrenia. That's a wide spectrum once you get into it, and very, very complex. So let's have a real firm understanding of who we're talking to, how they're going to respond to different directives, navigate through the system. And then explore the universal direction and wayfinding strategies that can potentially be used. It can be more than just verbiage. It could be video, it could be audio, it could be haptics, whatever it may be. It could still involve working with the doctor or the nurse to walk through it, so it's kind of a hand-in-hand experience. From the define side, strategize the hybrid personal and tech instruction. So I had to just talk about that. Really, trying to understand where the workflows come in from the HCP side of things to help guide this patient through. This is a new technology, so it's a little bit scary. So let's try to make sure that the product itself and the HCP who's introducing it it's, it's a really smooth and kind of warm and inviting type of situation. Again, designing content strategies and pattern libraries. George had that slide up around the personalized design versus the kind of aggregate behavior patterns. Really trying to find that kind of that nexus right there. And then validate. And this slide, I will say to their credit, is that pointed this considerable amount of time effort around research, discovery, and validation of the concept work we've been doing. So, in this case, if we were to really pursue the opportunity to build out a content strategy and a really robust system in which to help the patients walk through this onboarding process, we would go through that validation process, confirm the resonance of that patient comprehension, align all the multi-channel systems with the same direction. And that's one part that's, again, it's a complex diagnosis. With a complex system where we're talking about, not just an app, we're talking about a dashboard, we're talking about a back-end data system, we're talking about packaging design, everything, everything that goes forward. All that stuff is going to be really important to make sure that it's cohesive and that it's speaking to the audiences at the right time and place. Story number 3, finance part. We just need to quick and dirty reorganization of the architecture. Once again, quick and dirty, and they see shutter. And this is related to a customer service call center. The dashboard, we're merging old technologies with new in one destination. So I think maybe some of us have had that where there's a new technology that integrated with an old one. And there's all kinds of different permutations of problems that kind of go into that. That being said, it's still a problem we have to solve. So in the case of this client, I think that they were kind of thinking about some type of masterpiece, kind of the golden mean type of thing, or the golden ratio. I didn't put the actual one up, but I got the school night version. Where everything was working, seamlessly and harmonious. So this is kind of what I thought it was going to look like. Just a hot mess. It's a lot of different buttons and icons. My partners and I that worked at BlackRock, kind of dealt with a cavalcade of icons with an internal system like this, a similar system, and it's just scary. You can't even figure out. Kevin, you wanted to mention about the amount of time and effort spent on training in these different systems, and that's what I saw was happening in this case as well. And again, when you talk about like true customer service, customer call centers. Another person that, another set of people that I just want to kind of give them a hug because it's such a hard job and you're making it even harder with the technology that is being put in front of them. So opportunities, feel their pain. Again, I'm going to emphasize that because I can't imagine not only dealing with the phone calls that are coming in, but then having to kind of deal with the system where you have the Microsoft example where there's a million windows out there. So what we would try to do here in terms of the discovery process would be evaluate what the systems are currently doing or not doing. Really kind of look at the terminals and seeing what they're dealing with, what's the noise situation. All these factors play into what the solution is going to ultimately go to become. Explore where the most egregious breakdowns are. What are the biggest pain points? Where are those? Where are the pain points and gain points? We do this with various things from interviews to developing learning maps to help really kind of understand and then map out the next step with the defining phase. So strategizing immediate and long-term solution models. Once again, we can't do this overnight, but we're going to be able to find ways to integrate this new technology without it totally upending their current workflow. The design of workflows and interfaces targeting those key scenarios, making sure that we're hitting on the right things that are going to help those internal customers do their job the best and then ultimately serve the end customer. Then validate, confirm prototype models against real life. As much as possible, let's get this in front of those customers, and that's what we try to do. So get out to the sites and really try to get first and foremost their impression of it. How would this help you? And then once we got it hired, let them actually interact with it. Aligning the customer queries with the streamlined tools. So just really, again, making sure that we're finding kind of the 80-20 rule. what is the majority of the issues that are coming in from an external customer point of view, and it's just really hitting the mark. So I'm an Irish Catholic. I talk about my Catholic guild a lot, so I have a confession to make. As we're a user experience company, we don't always get this right. One example that I want to point out is, this is something that's ongoing, but I've been feeling really bad about, so I figured I'd just air it out for all of you people today. Is our onboarding process in terms of bringing on new employees, the contractors, the full-timers. It kind of sucks, quite frankly. Newcomers are greeted literally by nobody. The technology, equipment, digital access, emails are not ready. And I'm hopeful to this, as well as my friends in the back there. We're all responsible for this. If we all drive, then we're all responsible. There's no formal process, and it's kind of ad hoc. And that's partly because of the fact that we started as a small boutique, and everybody's been doing their own thing. Now we're getting a little bit more mature, and we have to act as such. So, what are we going to do about this? First and foremost, it's sense of accountability. That's what any good experience would do, is if you don't get it right, accept that it's not working, and let's go back and start fixing it. So practice what we preach. And again, that's going through the evaluation and exploration of the needs of these new companies. Talk to the ones that have had these problems. We had a recently hired that came all the way through across country to come and work for us. Super excited. Came in. There was nobody there waiting for. All the conference rooms were shut. She knocked on the door and they said, "Oh, go find a place. Go find a seat." That's not cool, especially for somebody that talks about user experiences matter. So we have to really kind of understand where those pain points are. The next one is strategize and design through plus love sessions. So what the hell are plus love sessions? They're essentially creative thinking exercises that we do, and based on the different workshops that we do for clients, we try to do it ourselves. I hate the term, be our own dog food, but that's essentially what we're trying to do. We're trying to make sure that we're utilizing our design thinking skills for internal problems as well as for our customers. And then finally, confirm, once we actually have these systems in place, we have a solution, constantly check and manage it. Confirm and align through continual assessment. Let's make sure that the next one we're going to nail it and go back and test something. So who cares? Holy gee, I don't know, Jersey Shore, I live not that far from there, so I figured I'd throw him in there. We all should care, right? CEOs, CFOs, sales and marketing, human resources, whomever, designers, engineers. I know we talked about that earlier. If I'm a designer, if I'm an engineer, what do I care about design? If I'm a designer, what do I care about develop? We all should care. We're all in this together. My friend Josh is back to the left because we're a team player. We all have to be part of the same team. We're all about trying to get the same goal here. So we all have to be in it. So the really big challenges we face are they're rarely just with kind of the digital solution, the digital product. It's systemic. We have to all really kind of make sure that we're working together to get to this end goal. We're all responsible in our own specific ways, and that's applying your specific skill set to that problem, making sure that the communication is there, it's all integrated, and that we're constantly being mindful of what we're trying to achieve. And then once you actually have all this stuff together, you have the firm understanding from the discovery side, then you deliver the thing that really changes their world. And again, going back to my earlier slide with our CEO, Mona, she made a comment one time, I said, well, what are you trying to achieve with this goal? She said, I'm trying to change the world. I kind of thought, the product. She was very serious about the fact that she was trying to kind of do something impactful with this company, with any effort that she does. She wants to make sure that it happens. So, thank you.
We have time for a few questions? Questions? Seriously? All right, so go ahead.
All right.
Thank you, Jack.
Okay.
All right. Our penultimate speaker today is Jason Cause. Jason is a user experience architect within Logistics, where he applies design, research tools, and concepts to user needs across a wide range of industries. He's played key roles in the delivery of innovative solutions for both internal projects and external clients. His background in psychology and his user-focused design skills enable him to effectively communicate ideas, tackle creative challenges, and think from a user's perspective. Jason Cause.
So the intro, Kevin? Down.
Down is full.
All right.
Seats on.
All right. So again, my name is Jason Cause. I'm a user experience architect here at Logistics, and the talk is titled "Summarizing Infinity: Deciding What Data You Need." So as a member of the design consulting team, we offer a wide range of services to clients. So that includes conducting user research, designing user interfaces, interactions, development, and training as well. And we have an opportunity to do projects across a wide range of industries as well. So this can be exciting, but it's also a challenge because you can do a more traditional project where you're working on... So as I was saying, working across multiple industries is something that's exciting, but it's also a challenge because one month you could be working on a more traditional project, designing dashboards for a financial client, and then the next month we've actually been redesigning farming software that was designed to manage planting schedules and resources. So you kind of get both ends of the spectrum when you're working in this profession. And so while a lot of the projects we work on are unique in their own way, most of the clients that we talk to face the same type of problems. They're working with a lot of data, but it's spread out, unorganized, and difficult to work. So I decided to plan this talk summarizing Infinity because I think that it's a task that designers are faced with every day. So, there's so much data at our disposal, and technology is getting to the point where we can build almost anything, but when we have access to everything, I think that deciding what we truly need can sometimes be a challenge. And the overwhelming amount of content and data that is made available today may seem beneficial on the surface, but can easily turn from something that's empowering into something that's distracting as well. So I think users of both business software and consumer applications, they both can fall victim to data overload. And as designers of digital experiences, it's our responsibility to eliminate the background noise and present users with information that enables them to succeed. So for this presentation, I wanted to quickly cover the impact of data that we produce and consume, the benefits of a user-centered design process when identifying meaningful information, and the challenge of managing data in the future. So, dealing with data. So first I want to talk about the Internet of Things. So this is something I'm sure we're all familiar with by now. So as the Internet has become more widely available and technology costs have gone down, there's been an increase in the devices that have been fitted with sensors and Wi-Fi connectivity. So now basically anything with an on-off switch can be introduced into this network of connected things. And Gartner forecasts that about 8.4 billion connected things will be in use in 2017, which is a 30% increase from last year. And that is expected to reach somewhere between 20 and 30 billion devices by 2020, and some estimates put it as high as 50 billion. But this includes simple sensors in the sense of like wearable devices, but it can also mean jet airliner engines that are fitted with 5,000 sensors each. That produces about 10 gigabytes of data a second. So as devices and sensors evolve, our data management technology will also have to evolve. So, in addition to the Internet of Things, the data generated by social media and search engines has given birth to the age of big data. So, the next question is for companies, now that we've gathered all this data, what can we do with it? So advancements in analytics technology have helped businesses make sense of the data they collect. For example, German airline Lufthansa is launching an analytics platform this year to make component maintenance and repair more predictive. So, and as a result of that, they were able to save 1% on fuel burn by identifying minor inconsistencies in flight control that weren't flush and had to be readjusted. So this is something that you couldn't pay all your mechanics to go out and check, but because we have sensors embedded in this machinery, then we're able to make that adjustment and benefit from it. And so as more businesses harness the power of big data, we must be aware of the design challenges that it presents. So because there's no doubt that data is empowering, but I want to enforce that it's something that can also be distracting. So in the past, software was created around functionality. So we're providing users with tools, but under the limitations posed by technical constraints and budgets. So even though there's been an increased interest in design over the past decade, we still tend to create software that fills the screen with more information than we need to accomplish certain tasks. And we tend to think that presenting as much information as possible will better enable us to make decisions, but sometimes it can also have the opposite effect. So in the same way that we can develop data blindness from constant overstimulation from advertising, we can also develop data blindness from hours of poring over statistics, staring at dashboards, hoping that it's going to reveal some correlation to revenue that may not exist. And when it comes to organizing data, a screen full of information that's competing for your attention, it tends to confuse users rather than actually inform them. So I took this picture with my dad, so we were watching Fox News, of course, and it was when I was waiting for all the results to come in. So in this case, I realized that news networks, when they're just buying time, they're not necessarily trying to inform you of something that they're trying to actually, they're trying to keep your attention and keep you engaged. So if they make everything on the screen a high priority, you're constantly trying to figure out which flashing red statistic is the thing you should be focusing on. So by presenting too many high priority statistics, users will struggle to decide where they should focus. So I'm sure you've all heard of the term analysis paralysis. George was talking about design paralysis before, but I'm sure some of you have gone to Netflix with the intention of watching something, but instead you end up wasting all your time looking for a better option. And you're unable to decide because there's too much to choose from. You don't want to commit to something because there might be a better option, so you end up scanning for the next thing, and you end up spending 20 minutes when you could have watched an episode of pick your favorite show. So being given the freedom of choice and bountiful options seems like it would only make us happier, but there's been research done on the fact that it's been argued to the increasing amount of choices actually decreases the level of satisfaction in the decision that you end up making. So in Barry Schwartz's book, The Paradox of Choice, he examines how people's decisions are affected by the range of choices that they're given. So one famous study that he cites is shoppers at an upscale food market were presented with a display of 24 gourmet jams, and they were given a $1 coupon to buy one if they just simply had a sample. And so on a different day, the same table was set up, except only 6 jams were presented. And it was the same deal. You get a coupon if you just have a sample. So while the larger display attracted more interest than the smaller display, when it came time to purchase, the people who saw the larger display were 1/10 as likely to buy it as the people who saw the smaller display. So, summary there is that while there's no doubt that offering more choices to customers will make them happier, there's a point where increasing their options is going to decrease satisfaction in the choice. So again, with the Netflix example, if you commit to watching a show, you're going to be 10 minutes in saying, is this documentary really worth my time? I should probably switch to something else, and you end up not being satisfied with your experience. So when we think about designing an interface that presents data to users, just because we can fit more information on the screen doesn't necessarily mean that it will help them succeed. So this is my transition to talking about the design process. So in order to avoid creating a tool that distracts rather than empowers, for consulting projects, we follow a design process to ensure that the needs of the user are met. So I'm sure you're all familiar with discovering in research, designing with iterations, and then moving on to development. So this is a more detailed breakdown of that diagram. So what we can see is each role in the project is represented by a color. So we have UX architects in green, we have visual designers in blue, developers in yellow, and then we have a maroon section for testers that we bring in the middle of the process. So as you can see here, there's a thin line of yellow. I'm not sure you can see in the back, but there's a thin line of yellow running along the bottom here to represent the fact that each member of the team is involved at each stage in the process. So if we have the UX architects and the visual designers in the beginning conducting research together, when it comes time to make their own decisions farther along in the process, they don't have to have that handoff where they have to discover a packet of research and look at it for themselves and kind of figure out what it means. They were there in person hearing words coming out of the user's mouths in order to validate the decisions that they made. So we decided to apply that process to an internal case study. So we ran a case study where we created 4 different dashboard designs for roles within the company. So in the top left, we created something for our marketing director. In the top right, we created a dashboard for our financial controller. In the bottom left, for the VP of sales. And then in the bottom right, for our project manager, Justin, sitting up there. So we approached it with the same process that we do for client projects. So in the beginning, we started with the discovery phase. So this is a project overview where we sit down with stakeholders and we identify the business objectives in this project. And so again, the UX architect and the designer are both sitting at the table, and they're able to gather the information together, and it informs the next phase of research, which is context of use. So once the business objectives are understood, then the user needs are defined. So throughout that process, we go through interviews and contextual inquiries, and we find out who exactly are the users, what are they trying to do, what are their tasks, and we also want to get an idea of where do they perform those tasks. So what is the work environment like? What problems are they trying to solve? So in this case, our marketing director, Josh, was looking at information on several screens all the time. He always had different charts that he was pulling up, and we wanted to see if we could try to make his life easier by putting some of that information in one place. Because if he was trying to answer certain questions by jumping between tools, if we could kind of consolidate that process, then we could make his life a little bit easier. So by observing users in their environments, we can gain insight into how they work so that we can design the software that works for them. So it's also important to remember that requirements gathering is not order taking. I think this was something that Jim mentioned earlier, but so users and business stakeholders, they may have an idea of what they want, but sometimes they may not know what they need to get the job done. So they may have this brilliant feature in mind that they know needs to be included in the application, but it's really something that we have to kind of translate in the process of requirements gathering. So once all this input is documented, the interaction design phase begins. So this is when the interaction the UX architect, begins this translation process. So information architecture is decided, so how the content is organized and labeled. Interaction design is specified how the users move through and interact with the system. And then the interface is designed, and the controls, the content, and the navigation is put in place. And I think it's Kevin's hand pointing at the document. But so once all the user workflows are mapped out, we take all the information that they use to answer questions, and we prioritize those questions. So when they meet with the executive team and they get asked, like, what is the health of the business? That's the first question on their mind when the marketing director walks in the room. So, okay, let's make that the most obvious thing that you can see when you look at this dashboard. So we take these key questions and we prioritize them, and then we use that to start to lay things out on the screen, even if it's in this block format or in just a casual sketch. So if we can establish a hierarchy for screen layout, then we can start to build a tool that does the job. So a nice way to kind of get ideas across is to sketch them in very low fidelity. So this is something that you can share quickly and get some feedback. Like, is this something that would help you in do your job? So this is the marketing dashboard in a very early conception. This is another horrible sketch of the project management dashboard before we started to actually put it into a prototype form. So we knew we had these certain pieces of the application that we wanted to inform Justin, like, okay, here are other resources that you have available, here are the tasks that have to be done on the project, and here's the life cycle of the project, and how can you connect all of those things. So we created a quick prototype in Indigo Studio with really simple interactions, and we used this to explain our idea before going forward. So at this stage, you can show a static screen, and it would have been enough to get some feedback and go and make some changes as just as a sketchbook would. But you can create an interactive prototype and put it in front of them and allow them to kind of scroll through different things and allow them to kind of dive deeper than they would to just looking at a screen. You can gain a lot more feedback. And so, based on using this simple prototype, he gave us some feedback, and then by our next meeting, we created something that was a little more high fidelity. It took a little more work to get to this point, but based on the feedback we received from the original concept, and the next meeting we had, we were able to present this to him, and then he was able to play around with an idea that he had suggested only a couple days before. So I think it's really interesting to kind of have someone say like, oh, I feel like I could use this sort of functionality, and then they're able to actually use something that they had thought of themselves in the prototype that was created. So in the same meeting, we had a developer sitting with us who was able to use this as a proof of concept. And so once the layout was approved, so he began planning the controls that he would use in the implementation process. And our original designer took that prototype and started to create a bot in Photoshop. And so once that was complete, the dashboard was recreated using our jQuery controls, and it was loaded with realistic project data. And for the final product, we were able to make 4 separate data control samples that are available on our website if you wanted to check them out for yourself. But all these dashboards are things that you can play with and download, and it was really cool to be able to apply the design process to something internal using the controls that we sell in order to provide a tool that services someone in a specific role. So overall, the design process enabled us to determine what information to show and how to show it. I'll let some people take another picture of it who really like that graph. So I'll end here by talking quickly about designing for the future. So in order to avoid creating a tool that distracts rather than empowers for consulting projects, sorry, that was the notes from a wrong slide. So start again. How many people have used virtual reality before? Okay. So I wanted to say that I think that as that technology becomes more sophisticated, it's kind of in its infantile stage now. There's only a handful of people in the crowd who use it, but I think that as that technology advances, we're going to have to consider how it will impact traditional design standards. Because we used to lay elements out on the screen, and we use the placement of those elements around the borders as a means of hierarchy and priority. So we're used to seeing things through that kind of window on our desktop, but in virtual reality, it's an immersive experience, so you can't feel like you're looking through a window. We're going to be providing controls that have a certain hierarchy. It's something that we're going to have to rethink entirely. So, because when the canvas to design on becomes immersive, we really have to rethink how people are going to be interacting with this data and visualizing it. So, we have to consider something's going to be useful rather than just a flashy experience where you can throw a bunch of data on the page and have someone say, like, oh, that's really interesting, but how's it going to help me actually do my job? So I want to use this to advocate a UX design process being applied whenever you're designing something, because it's really important to find out what the user is trying to accomplish, and then you need to find out what data provides that answer, and then what is the best way to answer that question with a visual artifact. So with all the possibilities available to us as designers, I wanted to ensure that we are empowering users and not distracting them with the things we design. So I know that was really quick, but thank you. Questions? Yes. Spring.
What was the time frame?
Those projects, I think it was about a month and a half for each individual dashboard. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. That was great. For those consumer products, I'm wondering how much do that the tools that you develop in package there? That help drive how much two or three you look at what happens really for it.
So again, I mean, the purpose of the case study, again, we're a controls company, so we definitely had the idea that we want to showcase some of the things that we're capable of. But a lot of the charts and metrics that that the people that we designed the dashboards for, a lot of the things that they used, we were able to recreate with the controls that we did have. So we didn't start by saying, what are the controls available to us, and then how can we kind of place those in the dashboard. We figured out exactly what questions they're trying to answer, what are the charts and graphs, or what's the best way to represent that information, and then we tried to adapt the things that we did have to kind of meet those needs. So again, like obviously we had some controls that we were trying to use out of the box, but a lot of them were customizable, and part of the reason for creating the case studies was to show how customizable they were. So again, I know we had some controls to begin with, but I think that it didn't really impact the design process. What we did.
Do you have an example balancing the complexity of the data and the amount of data that the user need almost already extreme with once you clean it up and then having an expectation that they need to see more data? Is there any struggle with, oh, well, no, we want to have 10 charts on the page, or you have to show data points or show.
So in the beginning of all the projects, the idea was to kind of create a tool that allowed people in those roles to, it wasn't necessarily like the all-inclusive research tool for our marketing director. We weren't trying to recreate something that he could spread across 3 monitors. The goal was to allow him to walk into a meeting with executives and then be able to kind of talk about all the statistics at a high level. So it wasn't from a purely research perspective, but I definitely understand what you're saying. In this exercise, you could kind of limit the scope of what someone's trying to do. But I think for the purposes of the case study, we kind of aimed at a smaller example. So.
Any other questions? Nope. Thank you very much. Alrighty. Our final speaker this afternoon is Ann Possible. As a customer-focused engagement professional with client and agency experience, Ann is a relationship builder adept at working with clients to achieve their strategic goals. Currently working at Journey Sales in Villanova, Pennsylvania, and works with experts in their fields to create an innovative sales solution in an emerging account-based sales industry. As the VP of Customer Success, and ability to, that's what you do when you're the VP of Customer Success. And ability to quickly assess and support client organizations by redefining organizational structures, process, and approach to doing business has led to her clients' financial success. Ann lives in Happensburg, Pennsylvania with her husband Tom, her daughters Margaret and Claire, and her dogs Emma and Chase. Ann Costa.
Just not the
Order works.
okay.
So right now, I'm the only thing standing between you and beer. So also to cool off fairly quickly. And I realized why Kevin's looking last is because I'm sort of the case study for everything that you've been hearing today. And not necessarily in a good way, but it'll reveal itself. So Journey Sales, again, it's a technology startup in Villanova, Pennsylvania. They have been in business about 3 years. I've been with them for about a year. And they are building a sales enablement platform, which is something sort of brand new. They don't really exist yet. The challenge of a new emerging field and a new emerging product is if you don't get it right, you're going to burn out quickly. And if you do get it right, you're going to make billions of dollars. Some of the founders and some of the people who started the company have been through 8 startups. They know what they're doing. They know how to do this. Our board of directors is really betting on those people. Like that's why they put their money into this group. But I'll tell you where we are now. So, B2B marketing. So that really started in the 1990s. You're all familiar with it. SEO, SEM, content marketing, all of those things.
it's still growing at an astronomical rate, right? It is taking up, it's making a lot of money for a lot of people. It created jobs that never existed before. It gave people power that was like outrageous. Marketing became this whole new thing. So many websites I worked on, design got booted to the curb when SEO came along. I mean, it was all powerful thing, right? It was you had to do it or you were going to die. So that's how important digital marketing is. It continues to be that important. So, and again, you're all familiar with these things. It became an inbound and an outbound process so that you could really start gauging your customers' engagement with what was of interest to them. What were they opening? All of those kinds of things. So while B2B marketing has grown, B2B sales has not. There is a huge disconnect, an unknown journey between where the buyer starts as a lead and how you close them as a customer. There's many points of failure. Everybody has their own secret sauce. All of those things are happening. And they're happening in this black hole of sales because, everybody is going to sell differently. They all, they're going to do it their own way. They may have a CRM they use, they may have an application they use, but they're all going to do it their own way. Problem is, we have stalled pipeline. The majority of stalled pipeline in organizations is over 50%. Salespeople themselves are only ever working on deals that are closing. They're not filling their pipeline. They think marketing is, but marketing's not filling their pipeline either. So they have no way to keep people engaged through that whole sales cycle until they become interested in them at the end. Part of the problem with B2B sales right now is the information and communication process. There's a lack of communication within sales teams, within buying teams, and between the sales and the buying team. And this is because everybody's using something else. You're searching for that email that you sent somebody. I'm getting your information off of LinkedIn. Have you updated LinkedIn? I don't know. I don't even know if you're still at that company. So there's just so much going on. So what's happening now is B2B sales is now going through its big transformation. This is a new field. I mean, what do you think, Aaron? It's not over 2 years old, right? It's just starting. There are companies that are, again, they're going to be the leaders in this. GE has created a whole department around this right now. There's a really good webinar that Kate did that I can actually send to you guys if you want to see it. But it all talks about what's it going to take to have B2B sales have a digital experience, because it's never had one before. So the transformation is obvious. I mean, you've all seen these things, you all know them. Customers are centric now. So it's not about a business's product anymore, it's about the customer. Customers are doing their own research. So by the time they do their research, they're ready to go into the buying cycle with you. So you have to keep up with them, but you need to know where they are in that buying cycle by the time you get there. The customer buying teams are huge now. They go anywhere between 7 to 9 people. Generally, as a salesperson, you have your one contact in that company, and that one contact has to shepherd you through to the other 9. And that doesn't always happen, and it takes a hell of a long time. One of the things that you really have to do is promote the customer's outcome. It's not about your great product. They don't care about your great product. They have a need. They need a solution. Are you going to bring them a solution? And that's how it has to go. It's not about always be closing. It's about always be connecting. So salespeople are also taking on a cultural change that they're not ready for. So introducing Journey Sales. So Journey Sales has created a product called Smart Launch, and it's to address all 3 major areas within sales. It takes you through sales development, it can keep you engaged with your clients through account management, and it also provides partner engagement functionality. So think about insurance companies and the broker having their own rooms to sell to somebody else, higher education, those kinds of things. But you know what? It's a huge thing to bite off. When you're 2 years in the field, in an emerging market, with a new product, to try to fix all three of these things, you're not going to be able to do it. You'll try, but you're not going to be able to do it. So it's anticipated that the smart room is going to help you with your customers' engagement. So we're going to create with you a personalized room that is for your customer. It can be branded for your customer. It can look like your customer's site, but it's going to have the information that you want to give that customer. What you can do then is you can see how that customer is interacting in that smart room. All right, so it's a great thing. I can see who's coming in, when they're coming in, how often they're coming in. I'm going to pick people that I want to collaborate with. What I'm hoping is that you're going to bring your colleagues into that room, and we're all going to collaborate. So it becomes a huge collaboration space, very successful that way. Are we giving the best message and the right content for the kind of solution that this customer is looking for? So very rarely does one company have one product solution. They have a whole bunch of different solutions. So you want to see what your customer is targeting in that room. And then again, the analytics. Who was in, when they were in, what did they look at, those kinds of things. You're going to want to know that. So when you start talking to them, you're talking to them at the point in time of where they are in their journey. So the expectation of the smart rooms is, the sales rep creates the room. What we do is we create templates for them, and they just create a room for their accounts or their opportunities right from Salesforce. So all of these rooms just sort of pop up. It takes about 5 seconds to make them. They invite people, they have this content, they can unlock content, they can comment on content, all of those kinds of things. Dashboard metrics. Customers, we want them to come in this smart room. The more they come in, the more the sales rep engages, the more the customer engages. The customer can invite other customers. So it's this, sort of ongoing cycle. From our perspective, it's a challenge. We have a couple of different users here. So we have the sales rep who is the user. And we have an end customer to that sales rep who is the user. And we use our rooms, our smart rooms, to sell, like Brian, you have your business. We're going to sell you smart rooms to sell your product to the end customer. So we have this whisper down the lane thing going all the time. So from a development perspective, we spend a lot of time on products, the beta and the beyond. Really figuring out what the purpose of this product is going to be. We couldn't even find the right market for a while, and that's when we realized the market didn't exist. What was the timing of those critical features? And other product alignment. Again, we are built on Salesforce. That eliminated a lot of hassle with security. It gave us access to an API for our APIs to a CRM, so that when somebody pulls up the smart room, all of their contacts come with it. If somebody adds someone to a smart room, it goes back into their Salesforce. So there was a lot of back and forth. Think DocuSign, think SharePoint, all of those integrations. Our customers, friends and family, we always start with them. Any of those close connections, referrals that you can get, people who are going to be kind in the beginning. The design input was current market examples, LinkedIn, Facebook, God forbid they even said Pinterest at one time. We used teams knowledge. They hired people who had knowledge of different things. I'm embarrassed to say, friends, they thought that I had enough user experience to find it out. We used in-house experts. So again, our CEO and our VP of sales each individually have 25 years of technology sales experience. So those are our in-house experts. The comment, anything is better than nothing, came up time and time and time again. User input with none. Okay? So, the big reveal, our beta version. Lovely. Right? But we did the things that we wanted to do. Okay, I wasn't here for this version. All right, so did that figure it out? That means we have no engagement. No one's coming into the room. You can have a discussion. You can see the people in the room. We have all of this information behind these magical tabs, and here's the information that they can look at. So, end result of the beta version, no user adoption. None whatsoever. So, in comes the new UI. Our board of directors gave us Series A funding only to do the new UI. That's all they were going to do. Major effort was on design, not UX. There's always that disconnect between design and the developers, the design and the build. Sort of major components that became designed for a page that wasn't always obvious that that same functionality should continue throughout the application. So some things that we think are obvious, like you anchor the headers, so that when you're scrolling down a page, you can see where you're supposed to be. Those things didn't exist when we were going through this. And the new code base required, or there was a new code base that was required for the UI. I don't know what the code base is, but it was antiquated enough that they needed to redo that as well. So we did work with a design firm. We worked with Think Brownstone, and they gave us some concepts. Again, no UX, this is just design. And Jack, what's it to your point? If you just make it look better, it'll work better? Yeah. Okay. So, working on the dashboard, which we did not have a dashboard at all. You know, the smart room being like a single scrolling page with sections that will scroll you down. A better people page where you can invite and engage with people. Because that's what we want to do, is people, content, collaboration. Oh, sir. Touching the wrong buttons here. New discussion page, and now we have it, right? So now we are directionally set for where we're going to go. So our current version, again, we took the majority of those design recommendations and we moved forward with them. So we do have our dashboard now, and our dashboard gives us a great big button now for how to create a smart room. We have a lot of filtering along here. You can click into any one of these numbers and get the accounts or opportunities that are under there. You know, the colors are coded to be whether it's active, getting slower, those kinds of things. You can see who some of your users are, when the last time they were in. You know, your smart room over here. So there's a lot more actionable information here, which is great. The other thing that we did is we introduced a little bit of a CSS so that people could start branding this and making it look like their own. Again, we've added some very kind of Facebooky, LinkedIn kind of thing too, where we can share content. We can see sort of the last piece of comments that were made. So again, trying to make this easier. Our left nav is just right here. This whole section here are people, either the selling team or the buying team that are in the room. So you can see people immediately, as well as get a quick look as to they're green. They've had 15 interactions in this room. They're one of my key people that I need to focus on. Discussion page, this is just Salesforce Chatter that's been rebranded and called something else, but we have a way to add links to it now. People can, you know, reply, and we have found collaboration to be the biggest thing in the smart rooms that helps with customer engagement. We have a journey page, which is really a timeline, but again, we're trying to coin these terms. So with the journey page, we have sort of a side-by-side that gives us a cause and effect relationship of, if I am a sales rep and I do these things, what's happening on the client side? Is anything dragging them into these rooms sort of again and again and again that we need to continue to look at? Did some cool analytics. So these are all of my users. And this is the journey page down here as you go down, and these are the analytics for the individuals. If you put into anybody, you will just see their information and their journey. So if I find out, again, that Kevin is really active in my room and I just want to see what Kevin's doing, I just click on Kevin. The other thing that we heard again and again with the room were, okay, I have a room up, but I don't know what to do with it now. Well, the reality is, from a sales rep perspective, you would do the same thing that you always do in your emails and your phone messages, things like that, but they could not make that mental shift between this is how I do business and this is just the same thing, it's in a different place. They just could not do that. So we created what's called a playbook. So with each template that we build a playbook, they create the room, the playbook comes with them. So they get notified based on the timeline of the playbook, either through activity, inactivity, or guided plays, what they're supposed to be doing in that room at that time. So we sort of help them out with that. So clearly, now we have to have it, right? It looks so much better. People can find things, lots of discussion, lots of opportunity. So there's no reason why we can't get this whole thing going. Except there are 3 to 5 different approaches to create a smart room between Salesforce and Smart Room, and we don't know where those reps are at what time. So if I'm trying to teach a rep how to do something different, but I have to show them 5 different ways that different means, I've lost them already. Inviting people, these rooms are about opportunities. I have an opportunity with a client and I want to move it through. But I'm going to pull all of your names from your account. Well, we have customers that have accounts at GSK, P&G, Johnson & Johnson. They might have 100 names in there. So what happens is they have to scroll through all of these names in the account, pick somebody, and then it starts at the beginning again. And so I don't work on anyone who has like an S name, because it's all the way at the end of the list. Adding content, one of the key pieces to the sales cycle for your contracts, all of those things, to add a piece of content to a smart room takes a sales rep 19 clicks. And no sales rep is going to do that. The discussions, again, discussions are king for getting people into the room. But you know what? We can't tag them. We can't sort them. We can't search on them. And when you have a sales cycle that is over a year long, those discussions that started in the beginning are so far gone, you're never going to look at them again. And the dashboard, I don't know. We don't know. No one's ever looked at it though. So we don't know. Some of the challenges that we fought for ourselves were with those smart plates. We sold a program to our customers called Fast Launch. We'll come in, or somebody else in your company can come in, and for all of your cold leads or your stalled pipeline, we'll run 3 months worth of these smart plays and just keep trying to get people engaged. And we'll do this sort of engagement management. Well, what that did was we created a new role in Salesforce. Salesforce was recognized and doesn't exist. So we sold something that's not really ready. So we have to train around it, jerry-rig around it, give people permissions that they should not have, or tell the engagement manager for Eric that he has to log in as all the different sales reps so he can run their smart plays. The thing that we never address is all the administrative things. How do you build a template? How do you load the library? How do you do all of those things? How do you do smart plays? And I can tell you, as a person who does a lot of those, not fun. Okay? I still believe and love in this product. I think, again, it's just taken up some challenges to get there. So really, a lot of this comes down to the time, cost, and effort, right? So for the beta version, we had 3 people in the company. They were all private investors. We needed to be quick to market. We used those sales experts because that's what we had at the time. And this is all owner funded. It was just the money that went into the business. The UI version, we totally underestimated the time that was going to take. It was probably about 8 months late, which we lost a whole year of then selling that updated product. We did use some UI consulting, and the cost came from the Series A funding. The UX version, unfortunately, they're planning on 2 months deployed, and nobody can keep up with deploys. I mean, we can't, our customers can't. There really has to be a consideration about the level of productivity that is going to come as a result of that change. Unfortunately, right now, we are in need of these changes, but I can see our customers are now exhausted by us. They're tired of us coming at them with all these great new features because they just want to, get some work done. For the UX, we will again only be using internal experts, unfortunately, and it will be company funded at this point. So some of the things that we really learned from the product, it's not about the purpose of the product, it's about the value. Okay? We have to bring that value to people. It's solution-based. First couple of years we went out with these are our features. They don't care what our features are. They want to know that we can get them up to speed faster, we can close deals for them faster, and we can fill their pipeline faster. And again, what is time and effort, and what are we getting out of all of these features? From a customer perspective, we're actually starting some marketing. We did not have marketing for a while, and actually I was pretty pleased about that. The whole company was pretty pleased about that, because we really didn't have a product to market yet. Now that we have, not the bad, but we're getting there, now that we have something to market, we'll start looking at marketing. Network references and market insight expert and owners. Again, the person who owns Journey Sales, Bill Butler, the plan is to own that market, to be the expert in that market, to build that market, to grow that market. He may have a product that comes along with that, but he's sort of going to be the godfather of this. The design input, again, any internal design contributions at this point are a net negative. I hate when they give us recommendations because they're way too close to the product, they're way too skilled, they make excuses for the things that it doesn't do right. We're training sales reps to be like sales rep 101, and these guys are up at 401. They have learned that a better UI does not make a usable app, and they also learned that something is not better than nothing. Is what happened, and nobody used it, right? So that was hard to figure out. User input, again, we know we need UX efforts. We just don't know how we're going to get them yet. We are going to be forming and going back to user groups and executive oversight groups. So we're going to start bringing our customers to us, and we're going to start doing some of those kinds of things, implementing a feedback loop. But, all of that takes a lot of time and effort, and it doesn't impact the product right away. And that's it. Thank you.
Oh.
That was it hours ago.
All right. Questions, but first, Infragistics can help.
Thank you. That's what I'm thinking. I'm going to get everyone's card at the
end. Thanks for being first on the list. I do have an actual question, though. Can you give us some indication of where you think the product might be had you actually done the correct sort of user research work, rather than paying our friends at Think Brownstone for some pictures?
So where I think it's, oh, sorry. I talked so loud anyway. What did you say? Where I think the product would be is there would be a lot more automated workflow in it. So if the plan is to launch a room and invite people, okay? We already have the template. We sort of already have this back-end playbook. Really, they should just need to sort of push a button, and the system runs for them and takes them through, I need to say a wizard, because I know that's sort of old, but like that kind of an approach that says, okay, who are you inviting? I'm inviting these people. Okay, are you ready to go? Yes. I mean, it should be a 2-click step, right? Instead, I was counting it because I was doing rooms for a client, and I just kept losing count because I was up around 20, 25 clicks to launch the room. Again, reps aren't going to do that. Like, reps are the hardest people to sell to in the whole entire world. But it should, anything that should be a 2-click process is a 20-foot process. I think if we had done this the right way, we would have found those 3 to 5 critical things that we wanted the reps to be able to do, and we would have made them 2-click. Right now, and that's why I keep on saying, I don't know what to do with the room now that I launched it. Because you don't.
Other questions? Anything else? Step up to the business card. Yes.
Has there been any consideration as you've gone through these rounds about whether or not you're in the right part of this market? So you mentioned you were looking for the market, but like, so I'm no longer a vendor, I'm now a client, and
Right.
the chances of a vendor to get me to go into a room that they built to sell me are 0. But if you gave me like a room full of other clients and multiple vendors, and I'm that heavily, you know? So I'm just curious whether or not those kinds of conversations have happened, or has it always been focused on like empowering the sales team specifically?
Yeah, it has been a lot about empowering the sales team. And that's what I'm saying, having sort of 2 end users in this flow of information. We haven't talked to any end-to-end customers. The people that have come into the room, that have given us feedback, they like having the privateness of the room so that all of that information is geared towards them. It's not like when you go to a website and there's sort of canned generic information. This is geared like just towards your company, right? That doesn't mean that it's not the same information everybody else can. It just looks like it's much more towards you. They like that it's private. There are lots of other applications for this, like your Encore has an alumni program. So people who were laid off from J&J, GSK, all of those things, they hire them as contract workers. So they have like a big GSK room and a big J&J room. So everyone comes in and they can collaborate on white papers and all sorts of things in that room. Your Encore is actually figuring out a way to monetize that, to sell that information out to their users, to pay for all of their smart rooms. So companies have learned how to make money on the smart rooms, interestingly enough, but then what that means is they actually have somebody who's managing that for them pretty tightly.
Other questions? Nope. All right.
Okay. Well, thank you.
At this point in the afternoon, I'd like to thank you all for coming, making our 5th UXify very successful. This is the most people we've had. It was a bit of a risk. We weren't sure if having it on a Friday afternoon would make it better or worse. We have always had it on Saturday morning, which led to people coming, but you know, April, if it's nice out and it's paid for a ticket, I'm going to go outside. So thankfully, we are better than staying at work, and you all came here to spend the day with us. I would like to invite you all to continue to stay with us and talk to one another as we move the food out, the beer and the wine in. We'll turn the fireplace on, because if anybody else is like me, I'm freezing. And you have a chance to talk to your favorite speakers, ask them for their cards, volunteer your services, hope to get hired or hire somebody else. And until we meet again next year, thank you all very much.